Sunday, just here all day. We've had to carry over some of yesterday's racing to today due to a few incidents that we had yesterday that delayed us along what we've had to cope with. So, apologies that we didn't get everything done there yesterday. That's going to be stacked in today, so longer racing today. Hey, you've got to be. I'd like to thank all of our supporters here this weekend. We've been running a lot of really good support there coming through. You'll see this video there. They're still waiting to hear exactly what's going on today. I was driver's brief. I think it's just about finished. There's people going over to their cars. We shall be just running some videos and as well as cameras just to show you what's going on around the block. Race conditions absolutely superb here today. Still setting up there. It's a few festivals this year. Mate. you're looking for some other entertainment there online while you're waiting for the start, get on my Facebook page, Lyndon Wilson, Lyndon Wilson. You'll see pass on if you're watching the link to the rest of last night's highlights from MiniPave BD. And you'll see a lot of highlights from including a couple of one unfortunate instances for the cameras. Jim Shett and Aaron Promnitz, all okay. Had a bit of a tumble there yesterday, and that vision is on this. YouTube's 1080 HD. So you by section. It's the other one. Please share to all of your friends. The dark ones out there. So this is a couple of runs. This out there. See that. This is good. And so if you finish definitely for the test. This is harvest. Four. So those racing reeds are very dusty tonight. That's what it is. Welcome, race fans, once again. Cars are firing up, engines are warming up, headers are getting ready to launch. It is a Sunday edition of the MiniPave 250 for 2023. We have superb weather conditions here at the moment. We're going to get a lot of dust blown away for us. Yesterday's conditions were rather long in regards to no real wind and a lot of dust just hovering all over the pits and camp area here. It's all been blown away now this morning, I can tell you. Breeze a little bit stiff, pushing back all of the easy up roofs, indicating we're having a bit of a northwesterly coming at us at the moment. It's supposed to get stronger as the day continues, a little bit heavier. But we're running a little bit of. We're running a little bit of. Thank you for all of our business supporters and volunteers. Been doing some fantastic work up here at Port Germein. Samphire Road, there's plenty of room for spectators. There's already quite a few people sitting over there already, ready to go. So there's going to be some very close racing out the front today. When I see some timing, I'll let you all know exactly what's going on. They had a few printer problems yesterday in the timing bus. But I can tell you at the moment, I'm pretty sure Kyle Tucker's leading the event, the number 14 Jimco, being chased down by Toby Ryman. But that could be on corrected time. If you're at home and you've got Facebook, have a look at MiniPave 250 on Facebook. And there should be some late model results on there. But, yeah, one or two rollovers there yesterday. Shout out to Stephen Brown. His crew's got he's a bit of a busted arm, unfortunately, in his rollover. So, again, well done to all of our competitors for stopping and lending assistance. No real drama, just in a whole lot of pain, as you could imagine when you do a rollover. I don't know the exact details, but yes, we'll keep an eye out on all of the stories and pass it on to you as soon as we know something that's going on. But at the moment, he's pretty good. Thank you. Okie dokies. Let's get this Sunday edition of the MiniPave 250 underway and see all of our what's going on there. Germein went down in a big size there. I don't know what's going on. It's always fun to think. He's probably turned it off. So there we go. It's all back to full size. You can see Adams Aerial Services ready to launch. Big Bad BD has set out all of his GoPros around the track. We have BD on a camera there, giving it a little bit of a sideways wave, tuning in and out to us towards the building there, that green building. That's where I'm sending the transmission from. So you see me waving there. Hello, hello to everyone there. Hello. Going to be a really good day of racing here with the wind speed that we've got. We've got first on the start line, the 4, 2, 1. That's Toby Waitley. I'm going to go shut my door now because this is bad. Bad as in bad to the bone. Absolutely wicked. This machine, a rush truck there from Queensland. Shout out to the Westerns. 3 generations up there at Off-Road Rush. This is a chassis number 4 of the Rush trucks. And it's been modified a bit down there at Loveday, so it's Loveday 001 they call it, built in 2019. They'd like to thank Loveday 4x4 Park, SBH Engineering, Lightforce, ARB, Off-Road Online and Ronco Motors. Plus 5 p.m, shout out to Scott Agars for tuning all the shocks. And a little bit more. So Toby's got Simon Herman, and Simon is a proprietor of SBH Engineering, qualified fitter and turner. Toby, he's your Loveday extraordinaire, isn't he? If you want to go out to Loveday 4x4 Park, he'll be able to help you out. He does a bit of farming there. He's got a young son that's been running around the place, throwing spanners on various parts of the cars and entertaining a lot of people with his confidence of not being worried by anything. So he's just so keen to get out there racing. I think he's only about 2 years old, so chip off the old block, as they would say. So we do have 4 generations of the Waitleys here. We've got 3 of their cars. We've got the trophy truck, the new Can-Am R, as well as the Can-Am Maverick X3. Next year, I heard there's a pretty good rumour there's going to be 2 more Loveday vehicles forming a 5-car team, a couple of Can-Ams. We'll let them confirm exactly what's going on when they do all of their promotional for next year. But the first cab off the rank today, the 4, 2, 1. I'm hoping we'll be able to get some information out there. Just send some messages around the place there. See if we can get this shared out if you're on the YouTube watching. Patiently waiting there. Just trying to get everything shared out to get as many people enjoy this as we can. See on the top left there, a drone shot. Got a couple of flies in here that'll be very friendly to me in here. I might try and get rid of them. Yeah, that might have worked. what fun it is here. Being in the middle of the country, making a mobile television station. Thanks very much to the Barclays for bringing us up here this weekend. Racing's not too far away. Had a bit of a delayed start, which sort of fits in with this weekend. It's always a good idea to make sure everybody is 100% ready. Very aptly timed there from Big Bad BD, cleaning the screen. So Tony Waitley will be out in his Can-Am Maverick R, and he's got the challenge to find out whether he can keep up with this two-wheel drive trophy truck, the Rush truck. At the moment, we're once I get all information sent to me, because all the officials are madly trying to get everything working, as you can understand, bit of pressure there. We're getting any of these motor racing events off to a good start, but this is the round 3 of the Motorsport Australia South Australian Off-Road Championship. Paul Tinger in 1010 has been our leader of that championship, and after yesterday's result, there's a pretty good chance that he'll continue and take the championship out, which will give him a golden ticket to the Motorsport Australia Awards night here in South Australia. But he's doing very well in the national championship too. So if you want to look up, it's on Facebook. I think it's called Bull Ant Motorsport. Got more flies in here trying to create a bit of a drama for me. There we go. Tony Waitley's fired up. Or Toby, I should say. Too many T's. Thank goodness the Toby son's called Miles. Excuse a bit of noise there. Just trying to my hardest to get rid of this blow fire, but he just will not decide to leave when he's got a nice invitation to go outside where the weather's beautiful. Okay. Okay, if you can hear a trophy truck idling, getting closer to start time. Looking at our officials over there, they're all waiting. Our drone pilot's waiting. Big Bad BD's waiting. All of his GoPros are waiting. Thanks for your likes out there. If you're on YouTube, please sort me out. Look for Lyndon Wilson's live channel. Just a picture of me in my race suit staring at my buggy at Sea Lake many years ago. That's the correct Lyndon Wilson YouTube channel. If you could subscribe, then I'll be able to go live from my channel. I've been using my brother's Big Bad BD, which are MiniPave 250s live on today. So we're just trying to get everything so we can make things very simple and easy to find. But if you're wanting to spend a few minutes and find my Facebook page, you'll see a reel we put out last night there of a bit of an incident here and there. A few GoPro cameras. BD's lost another couple of tripods, but it's just the way it is. When you're going to get close to the action safely, you don't want to be holding the cameras, that's for sure. So waiting. I don't know whether we get any signal from these guys as to how long till we're actually running. See if I can go out the door there and get them to tell me. Two minutes. 2 minutes. Is that 2 minutes? Is that 2 minutes? 2 minutes. So 2 minutes to race start. You can tell a little bit hard for them to hear that with the off-road rush truck converted to the Loveday 001. It's a 6-litre LS Chev making that burble McGurgle sound. So our starters out there. Make sure the timing system is working all correctly today. Wasn't any dramas with it yesterday. It's just trying to get computers to function the way you want them to is not always an easy process. So about to start here, I'm about to run through all of our competitors for you. Simon Herman navigating again, been a great team, these guys from many years ago where Tony Waitley used to run a 4-wheel drive show around the country, and they would have plenty of support, and there's a lot of vintage Toby and Simon Herman. I think Simon Herman held the world record for the longest backwards jump in the world for a time, and you can see Toby two-wheeling in a trophy cart, and as a young fella making the news there. So very well partnered up, these two. Know each other's habits very well, so it makes it very easy to communicate quickly and effectively when you're in a high-pressure situation. If there's a problem with the truck, they had one yesterday. They cost them about 6 minutes to get into the pits to fix that and get back out in front. So if they're taking off, not sure if they've split the heats there. I can't quite see who else is lined up. They're all hiding from me today. But we've split the field, I think. We'll split the field into 2 heats because unfortunately we're still breaking in, our event director and secretary and everything there, trying to get them to understand how everything works, and a lot of practices. But here we go. Sunday, MiniPave 250. We're off. Bit of dust there, but away. Next on the start line, we've got Shane Greening in the 1008 machine. He's all pumped up for today. He was having a good run there yesterday. Shane Greening there in an Autocraft Magnum. We'd like to thank RK Diesel Services, Alice City Tyre Power, Alice Hose Tech, Hobbs Mob, AHT Towing, Chambers Engineering, P&V Panel Works, Outback Welding and Trailers, APJ Concrete, and TJ Signs. Next on the starting line is the 1069. That is Daniel Buff Zimbinski. And when Buff's been away for a while, he's now got the car himself. This is a Striker buggy built in 1992, 2-litre motor. And he has his niece, Mia Zimbinski, navigating in his sports light today. Next on the start line, the 921. This is Simon Baker. And Simon Baker's navigator is Michael Leski this weekend. That is an S&S Race Frames Silhouette Barja, we used to call them. Hasn't got a Volkswagen motor, I'll tell you that much. But Simon's parked here behind me. S&S race frames from many years ago. Here's away. So this lot we're definitely splitting into two here. These will be the lower half, or the slower half of the field, somewhat, and that would explain why you've got Toby Waitley out the front there because of his problem and delay. It shows you how close the racing is. Next on the start line, Jodie Veron and her turbo side by side, and she's got Cindy Carthew navigating. Stoney started racing last year, 2023, and they'd like to thank Love Day 4x4 Adventure Park, ARB, SPH Engineering, Light Force, Ronco Motors, and OffRoad Racing Online. And 5 p.m. as she boots the right pedal and is away. See a little bit of dust still there, but being blown away very quickly by today's winds. They should increase as the day goes on. Looking over the Flinders Ranges this morning, huge amount of dark grey cloud. A lot of rain in it, but that seems to have been blown over the hills now. Next on the start line, who's that? The 256. This is Mark Taylor with his son Ryder alongside. Ryder's a four-wheel drive tack. Mark's a sales manager. This is a Mazda-powered 1600 Cobra buggy built in 1982. I'd like to thank Tough House Products, Charleston Garage, Urset Custom Engineering, Super Cheap, and his wife, Debbie. Very important sponsor right there. Next up, the 1052. This is Sam Vanstone. Sam has kicked up from a Super 1650 to a Sports Light. He'd like to thank Chook's Custom Graphics and Barossa Earthworks. This is a Rids race frame, Joker edition, built in 2017. And he's put a 2.4 litre Honda in this bus. And here he is, the mystery man, Timothy Button. Big talker there and a great communicator on the internet from the Northern Territory, up Alice Way. He's got a 2-litre Nissan in this buggy. 2012 it was built. And he'd like to thank Grog Runners Racing for his support. Timothy Button, 1021, had a fuel leak. That's why we were missing him, and he'd intermittently turn up there and suddenly he was racing. So great job from all the supporters to get Timothy back on the track in his Sports Light. So we're looking forward to some fantastic racing from Timothy today. Big Tim, as they call him up in Alice. Next on the start line, looks like one of our newest competitors here, Stephen Schultz in his Sport Light. It's his first race in this buggy. He's from Port Lincoln. He's a fitter. It's a tiny built GSX-R 1300 built in 2012. It's got a Hayabusa 1340cc motor. He'd like to thank Rock Solid Building, Williams Boxing and Gym, Lincoln Tyre and Brake, Outback Mining Services, and EP Automotive. So he got a real big introduction to the racing there yesterday, with being the first car on the scene for the 111 accident, and very quick and wise decision made by him to stop, get out and lend assistance, and very much appreciated from the Barossa Tilt Trade crew. And great to see that someone studied all the rules before they got out here. So well done to Stephen Schultz, and good luck to him the rest of his race today. Now, on the start line, we are graced with the honour of having the world's greatest navigator, Ian Budgie Langsford, steering the way there for Gavin Chant in the 2.4 litre Honda Honda-powered Southern Cross Mark IV, built in 1997 by Tony Dawn. Go the Dawny. I'd like to thank Summit Glass and Summit Portable Toilet and Shower Hire. Next on the start line, our only production four-wheel drive, or actually extreme four-wheel drive. This is Jamie Parker with his sister, Naomi, better known as Gnomes up here. And they'd like to thank MiniPave Bitumen, MiniPave Concrete for their support. Had a lot of mucking around to get this car on the racetrack here this weekend. Had the motor out. If you look up Jamie Parker on Facebook, you couldn't believe it. He's been fixing it, taking things apart, in and out. Had a coolant leak at the last minute, got that fixed. So next on the start line here, we got the 266 indeed. Now the 266 is being driven today by Tyson Battersby with Kaylee Battersby navigating alongside. And I'd like to thank Melrose Motors for their support this weekend. And it's an Oakley buggy built in 1983, and they have a Toyota 4AGE 1600 motor in that beastie. Nice conservative start. Got to look after your gearbox. And next, another Territorian. It's our only performance two-wheel drive here this weekend, the 547 belonging to Dennis DeBrenny and Jamie DeBrenny navigating there. It's 19/47 Racing. It's a Holden 6-litre LS1 powered Commodore built in 1996. I'd like to thank Janda Carpenters and Builders, Blue Dust Northern Territory, Brush Tech, Namco, Chris Neck Consulting, Pool Tech, and NT Link Transportable Building. This race is underway. Next on the start line is Tim Lally with Steve Dennis. And I'd like to thank Southern Air Trailers for their support in getting them here this weekend. This is the ex-Jamaica Can-Am Maverick X3. Their first race meeting as well. Starting to get more and more Air Peninsula competitors over here, which is fantastic. And he's away looking pretty good. Next on the start line, the 244. This is the Southern Cross Mark IV. Being driven today by Jed Bramley with Bernie Quinn on the side there. Being pushed off to the side because here comes the super fast 421 rush truck. Toby Waitley, Simon Herman. Wow, he has got the bit between the teeth today, making up for a 6-minute problem yesterday. So welcome to Sunday Racing, Jed Bramley. Southern Cross into a huge amount of dust there from the rush truck. Next on the start line, the Riv Master of Troy Purcell with Alan Morris navigating. Super 1650 course. Had a bit of a drama and managed to dribble across the line there last one of the heats. All up and away now. And there we go. All cars away in this heat. That isn't our Adams Aerial Services sending any laser beam out there. That's going to home for the drone. Means he needs a new battery. As a greening machine, I reckon. See BD trying to focus in there in the distance there. That's Simon Baker in the silhouette Volkswagen Baja or Baja. This thing's an absolute beast. He's having a ball with this car. Had a fuel tank leak, not once, but twice during the week in preparation. So I don't know if he went over and Timothy Button talked to him about it, but there is a lot of fuel that gets bounced around as it's fairly extreme. Well, you don't get much more extreme than this. Simon Baker coming through here now. Great bit of coverage there from Big Bad BD. And coming through is Buff Zimbinski in the sports light. Buff was born into the sport, as was his niece sitting next to him. Great to see the family support in the pits yesterday, looking after this pairing. And they're having an absolute ball out here at Port Germein, Samphire Road. When you get in your car, so we got a program in. Only a couple hundred metres down the road, you'll see all the signs, Samphire Road, and follow the road in. Very welcome. Looking forward to seeing you. Here comes the 621. Jody Veron. We'll go back to our 4-screen. Drone man back in the air. There's Jody Veron and Cindy Carthew comes through. Fleet there, first lap. These is finishing off yesterday's heat run for these guys. So they'll probably be doing 2 laps, I think. Unfortunately, not able to attend the driver's briefing myself. I had people coming asking me what's going on. To say, don't know. Communication's not the same as what it used to be, and we're all getting used to new systems. So apologies if you're looking for a live timing, there is none. The best thing we can do is give you some live vision and keep an eye out on the MiniPave 250 Facebook page. They put some stuff up there. I get people taking photos of what's going on, sending it to me. Coming around to complete their next lap, the Ridge Racing Frame Joker. This is Sam Vanstone. Brad Greer navigating in the Ridge Racing Frame machine today. And here comes Mark Taylor in the Cobra Mazda powered buggy. Mark having a great race, leading up here. President of SAORA, South Australian Off-Road Racing Association. And gets that buggy. That buggy has done thousands of race miles. Started off from the Fitzgerald stable, Port Augusta four-wheel drive, and raced many, many times, especially up here at Baruta and all that sort of thing. Used to know its own way around the track. But Mark Taylor was out of the sport for a while and came back because it was a bit of a favourite of his to have that buggy. He was so excited to show it off at Wakery a few years ago, saying he's back, and good on you. Now coming in, really pushing hard here. This is what we're expected. Timothy Button, the single-seater. He's had all sorts of drama getting that car here, and then all sorts of drama with the car when it was here. Driving all the way down from Alice, he had the gearbox giving him some problems, put a new 5-speed in, found a release bearing on the floor, put that all back together, and then went out testing and had his front end fall to pieces on him. So he fixed that and got down here, and then his fuel tank decided to leak. So coming through there was Stephen Schultz in his single-seater, the tiny built GSXR 1300, having a great run there. He will see Timothy Button in front of him, so we'll have a single-seater challenge, no doubt, with those guys. Stephen really excited here. He's a bit nervous, as you'd expect, with it being the first race yesterday, but seems to have been calmed down and getting right into it. As I said, did the right thing, stopping for an accident there yesterday. So he's had a real full-on introduction into off-road racing here. And here comes the world's greatest navigator, being driven around there by Gavin Chant. The Sportslight 1035, built by Tony Dawn. Over many years, got changed many times before it got to the track and immediately won on debut. But Gavin Chant, it just hasn't had many problems with that car at all. Super reliable. And of course, you know, the car knows where to go because it's been steered by the left seat there by the world's greatest navigator, Ian Buggies Langford. They'll be ready to sign some 10x8 glossies afterwards. And here's our extreme four-wheel drive. Jamie Parker with his sister Gnome sitting alongside. She's been through the Budgie Langsford School for Navigators. So that's why they don't have any trouble finding their way around the track in this car. It's just the reliability of automotive parts that cost him a bit. He's gone through a few differentials in that car. He's got a very heavy right foot. We're doing a great job out there today. You can see the dust is being blown off the track very nicely there for our competitors. Don't forget, when you come out here, the dust is free. Take as much home with you as you want. Compliments of the bar class. Now, can you tell the pace? You've got the Debrini Commodore there, and then you've got the Loveday 4x4 Park Rush Truck. Crossed the finish line for his 2 laps. Hard on the brakes. It'll be very interesting to see the lap times for these guys. That's Tyson Battersby coming through. He will probably have a big smile on his face now, knowing that the dust-making trophy truck is into the pits. He'll have some nice clean air It always makes things easier to pick the lines through the corners. A little bit more careful with the dust blowing away. You can really concentrate on making up some lost time due to hesitation in the dust. You just have to. It's very hard to know exactly where you are, even if you do have all the electronics to tell you where you are on the track. It's not that accurate. As Dennis de Brenny comes through here in the Commodore Performance two-wheel drive weapon from the territory. He's been here before. He's on the highlight reels. Great to see him back. Really enjoys his racing there. The Black Commodore. They're trying to hunt him down. Woo-hoo, the 663, Tim Lally, pushing that side-by-side turbo to the limit. Had some pretty detailed instructions coming to him from the Jamaica Express. That's Ben McNamara. He's done plenty of practice laps around the Jamaica course in that machine. And great to see people picking up a bargain there and coming out here and enjoying the racing after some instruction. Now we're going to see Jed Bramley come through in the Southern Cross Mark IV. Some of the highlight reels you'll see was Chelsea was steering last year. Bernard Gwynn navigating this year as the drone right over the top of them, coming past the start-finish line. Well, he's got that bus wound up today. And this will be a second place finisher for this heat on the road. That's the Greening machine, the 1008, Shane Greening. That's a Magnum, an Autocraft Magnum. Absolute screaming weapon. He's got a pretty good reputation coming down here. There's a lot of shy-acking between him and Timothy Button. Of course, they're in the same class as well, aren't they? So well done to them. I'd like to thank RK Diesel Service, Alice City Tyre Power, Alice Hostech, Bob's Mob, AHT Towing, Chambers Engineering, P&V Panel Works, Outback Welding and Trailers, APJ Concrete and TJ Science. Great to see the support for these cars up in the territory. There's so many of them with so many listed sponsors. They do need a trailer and a signboard, almost following them around. Haven't seen anyone go around one of those LED displays that you can put your own messages and all that sort of thing. That'll be pretty good for sponsorship in the future. You can get the ones that are just paper thin now. There's a thought for the future. Now coming in now, Simon Baker, the S&S Race Frames Silhouette Barger. Silhouette because it takes the roof off. Apparently it's a convertible windscreen in this one, so it's always had the roof removed, so to speak. So there's Simon Baker completing 2 laps on Sunday. So I'm guessing this is completing the racing from yesterday that we just couldn't get to due to time constraints, and it was just starting to get a little bit too dark, and a very wise decision from the organisers to kick it over to today. And here we go between their first lap, the 222, Troy Purcell, Rivmaster. Coming through there for a finish. I'd be wrapped with that. Third on the road there. The 106.9 of Daniel Buff. We'll just call him Buff. Everyone just go Buff. Buff Zimbinski with his niece, Mia, navigating this weekend. Very keen for a drive in the ladies and juniors is Mia. She's been practicing for a while. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to run it here in South Australia for a couple of years. Not under the Sayora banner. I think the AASA guys down the southeast run a ladies and juniors event. So shout out to all of our fellow racers down the southeast of South Australia. We're hoping more of you will come over here, but there was unfortunately Rainbow's probably a little bit closer to go to Victorian round. But coming up here, we have the 5351 Motorsport Ridge Racing Frame Joker of Sam Vanstone. That's 2 laps down for that sports light. The Honda motor, the K-Series motor, very popular in Class 10, and we've got the most Class 10s again out of any other class here today. The numbers are ever increasing. I saw another brand new build of one on Facebook last night, going together interstate. So absolutely a great class. What makes a sports light? Well, it's a 2-wheel drive single or 2-seater with a engine capacity up to 2,500 cc's. So a lot of motors fit into that range. It was originally designed by Freddie Severin to be a class that brought a lot of older cars out and about. But the powers that be at Motorsport Australia changed that definition to what we're running with today. And it looks like there's a lot of people that are pretty happy to run these cars. There's Mark Taylor and Ryder, his son, come through for a finish. Well done to the Boomer Racing team. It's a Cobra buggy with a Mazda engine in the back there. 1600cc, no surprise, being a Super 1650. Basically the same specifications. And this probably would have been maybe the Class 10 of its day 15, 20 years ago. Used to be so many Class 2s because manufacturers produced a lot of engines that fit well into that specification, especially Volkswagens. Plenty of air-cooled ones back in the day, but seems like everyone with the increased weight, suspension travel, the gearboxes that you can buy now makes Class 10 very attractive to a lot of people. As speaking of attractive, there's an exact example, Stephen Schultz completing his second lap and his tiny built single-seater. And just note there that I think he's got around Timothy Button, has he? Because I think Timothy was in front of him before. And here he comes now. The 1021 of Timothy Button, all the way from Northern Territory there, Alice Springs way. Great to see him get that car through. Apparently, there's a few people want to call him Slow. Apparently, his dad's nickname was Slow. But I don't think there's much slow about him except being caught and passed there by a Hayabusa screaming engine. Stephen Schultz. That's what it is. It's racing. This is great to see. Top run from these guys, just finishing off what they were supposed to do yesterday. And then we'll get into our multiple laps today. I'd invite any of our organisers to come over and have a quick chat with me to let me know so I can let all the internet know exactly what the schedule is here today. Here comes the 10:35. Gavin Chant being steered around by the Fink 2021 poster boy himself, Ian Budgie Langsford. Thanks to Summit Glass and Summit Portable toilet and shower hire. Southern Cross Mark 4. In for a little bit of a quick clean-up, refuel. Get ready to go out again. It's coming at us now, the 828, the extreme four-wheel drive of Jamie Parker with his sister Gnomes pointing the way. He'll be happy to get this one in the bag, another 2 laps. Rather conservative finish there, but that's the reality of he's miles in front because he's the only extreme two-wheel drive here. Or four-wheel drive, I should say. And that's what it's all about. No matter, it doesn't matter if you're someone here to beat or anything. It's all about having fun. The excitement that is off-road racing, releasing that adrenaline we've all got naturally in our systems. It's great community, family-type atmosphere amongst off-road racers here. Most of us all camp together, party together, therefore. A lot of ideas thrown back and forth, standing around campfires over the years in off-road racing, but plenty of people ready to offer assistance and help. A lot of experienced people with pretty good knowledge in how the sport operates, and they're all willing to pass it on to anybody that wants to listen and take note. Very happy to discuss any of the finer points. If someone finds a better way, that's always the great part of an open discussion with a lot of great minds here. We've got a lot of really good, experienced and successful businessmen here. So motorsport, it's an ego sport. There's no question about that. Everyone likes to show their trophies off at the end there. If you just wanted to participate, you could go to, say, Love Day or go up to Off-Road Rush and do a few laps, Queensland. But if you're serious about going fast and getting the best out of your machinery, off-road racing is for you. It is awesome. The amount of kilometres that you do in this race car would add up to a whole season of Kana crosses or motor Kanas, just one race meeting. You'd be doing more kilometres than all year. So definitely worth the investment in a race car, just like these guys have done here. And if you're missing a phone, I'd suggest you go to the Disco Diner. Brenda Barclay's just sent me a message saying that a phone has been handed in. Details there once my finger does the right press. There we go. Fine. There we go. Got it now. It was left on one of the tables outside of the Disco Diner. So Brenda Barclay is safely in possession of your phone. If you suddenly realise you haven't got it, check your pockets, get back to the Disco Diner. Very happy to hand that over. Thank you to Brenda Barclay, of course. She's a proprietor of Samphire Creations, one of the fantastic team here. She's got her son helping her in the Disco Diner there this weekend. So the Barclay is very happy to have you here as the 1947 race team goes past. The Debrinis, Dennis and Jamie, all the way from Alice Springs, doing a great job, and they're being hunted down. While the 244 of Jed Bramley and Bernard Gwynn. This car's come all the way down from Alice as well. Southern Cross Mark 4, Super 1650, completed there, 2 laps successfully. So if you're looking at it and saying, oh, there's a bit of black and white footage from the drone, you probably saw it land. This is how fast these batteries are used up in these drones. I know Adam's Aerial Services got his generator fired up. As soon as he gets a battery that's down, he'll be charging another one. He's doubled up on his batteries this year. He's even brought a spare drone with him. guarantee the drone coverage here as much as we can. There's only one of us. There's only a few of us here bringing this to you. Hope you're enjoying having a bit of a look. Just see the start line's a bit empty there at the moment. You can see the bitumen surface here from MiniPave bitumen starting to break through on the start line there. It is all bitumen hiding underneath the dust. So Ian Barclay continues to pour money into this racetrack. You can probably see what looks like a light pole there. That's part of the timing system. I asked him if he could put a hole under the track so I could run some cameras across there. And he said, I can do better than that. So he's made a pole that looks like a flagpole on both sides. And when I go and make a really long Ethernet, I'll be able to run something across there. Just have it close to the start-finish line. So every time we come out, we try and do something a little bit better. As technology is constantly improving, as you can understand. Excuse me if you heard me coughing there. I thought I'd turn the mic off. Coming in now to 222 of Troy Purcell. This is a Super 1650 Rivmaster frame. Rivmaster Buggies out of Victoria there. A lot of famous victories over the years have been achieved driving a Rivmaster frame. Had one in my shed recently myself a few years ago. Sold that on there. When the ex-Craig Martin Rivmaster, the original 5-speed Porsche machine, currently undergoing an extensive restoration back to its original race condition. It's so glad that the current owner there is putting some money into it to bring it back to life, because it is just as famous as the Peter Brock A9X Falcons, Tiranas. In off-road racing circles, of course, if you don't know who Craig Martin is, just get on the internet there and YouTube there in a spare moment and look him up. Still racing today. His sons are currently winning championships over in the ARB and winning class trophies in the Motorsport Australia events. Another example of a family continuing the tradition. Once you get into off-road racing, it's in your blood. You won't get it out. You want to come down here and no matter what, you'll have to get your dose of off-road racing. Just standing on the sidelines will get your heart pumping, the adrenaline going. And if it doesn't, I'd book a trip to the doctor. I think you're nearly dead. Well done, Troy Purcell there, the Trip 2 machine. Clean there 2 laps. I'll just do a shout out to any of our officials. If you really want to hand me some paperwork, let me know some timing, race order, running order, be very much appreciated. I can't leave my base here. So I know I had a little runner called Charlie, but I haven't seen him at all this weekend. Now, you heard us talking about the 1035, world's greatest navigator. Just remind you who he is while we're waiting for our next competitors to form up. There he is. and Budgie Langsford racing at the Loveday a few years ago.
Price the boy for telling him which way to go all weekend.
There it was, the explanation. Ian Budgie Langsford, world's greatest navigator, think poster boy in 2021, doing great things and promoting the sport. Just lives down the end of the racetrack here. He'd know the moisture contact of the track intimately. He's got an inbuilt knack of knowing the wind direction. And when he's out here, he can just smell the breeze to let you know what's coming. So great amount of experience there from Ian Budgie Langsford. He's quite happy to pass it on. He does have regular training sessions for various off-road navigators on the Saturday night or Friday night before the race meeting. So don't forget to go up and thank him personally for his knowledge there. You might see him driving some trucks for MiniPave during the week. So things are a little bit quiet here at the moment. You're watching the MiniPave 250. See if I can get the music to work. Those things change in music. Don't forget it's Samphire Creations. You can contact them via the internet, Facebook. You'll find Samphire Creations, and you too can buy some mementos of Australian off-road racing. I'd like to acknowledge a few of our people out there watching out there. Thank you very much for tuning in. Kevin P, all the way from Arizona in the USA. Excited to see how we do things down under. And another bloke, Wild Bill, from Arizona as well. Cheers, mate. Yeah, great to see you using the Australianisms there. Kevin P, g'day. Really enjoy, and I hope you enjoy watching everything here. The buggy classes, see the buggy fan over there. Yeah, plenty of buggies here. Not as many buggies in America everywhere. There seems to be trophy trucks left, right, and centre these days. Not a lot of Class 1 buggies out there, but the engine size is completely different. You've got side-by-sides, all of that. In America, the rules are slightly different depending on which organisation you're racing for, so to speak. But great to see in America there. They're starting to realise we've got some pretty slick drivers and some slick operators in terms of how good was watching Toby Price and Paul Wheel Litz in the Mason all-wheel drive trophy truck, getting an outright victory. Sitting in the shed there all by myself, cheering like crazy in the early morning. Pretty excited for their results. Great to see the coverage. There is no Star Stream and any vehicles here this weekend. That's the only other in-car that we could possibly go for. I've got the setup to be able to bring it in now here, but unfortunately nobody has one in this race. They're out here. There's plenty of guys got them in Western Australia, Queensland, but yet to see one here in South Australia. Somebody to look forward to in the future. And another shout out to Scott Agars, Mr. 5pm himself, really enjoying the drone coverage. And it does make a huge difference to see what race cars look like from that angle. You can get a really good insight into how sharp a corner is, what the bumps look like, happens when you fall over a berm, all sorts of bits and pieces there. Creating a great entertainment for all of us here. There we go. So just run a bit of off-road racing there with the split screen there. Don't forget you can buy those stickers, the man, the myth, the legend. Yes, that is the world's greatest navigator, Ian Budgie Langsford. He usually has a throng of people following him around the race meeting here. Some people call him the Pied Piper of navigators. So waiting for our competitors to line up to start Sunday's racing. I was just finishing off Saturdays there. So I'll just do another shout out to our timing people. Anyone wants to just take a photo of the timing and send it to me, be fantastic. There's so many people around the world that would really enjoy having this sort of timing results given to them. Give us a bit of a start order. For many, many years, we had offroadracing.com.au with Julie and Murray Rogers out here. And everyone got pretty used to how well an efficient system was put to off-road racing by the pair of them. They really did a fantastic job. Everyone got so used to getting onto the live timing, and I was lucky enough to be privy to a lot of the electronics that they developed over the years. Murray being an ex-college professor and Julie being an accountant, very skilled They designed a timing system themselves many years ago, and that's how offroadracing.com.au got released. Murray, a very accomplished race driver back in the 80s. You'll see, if you have a look at some off-road annuals from back in the early 80s, you'll see on the front cover, Rogers written on the front of a Rivmaster. Yes, that is Murray Rogers himself. He's one of the first privateers to win a national championship round, and he was also one of the first guys to put a Nissan Pulsar turbo, 1500cc turbo, in the back of a Rivmaster. Super lightweight frames back then, and got the results that he wanted. A super efficient, clean car, very nice, tidy team, very professional in their apparel and appearance there when a lot of others weren't. So he kicked that on into offroadracing.com.au and was under such a demand, he retired to start that, more or less. He had a Bennett-built truck. Unfortunately, did a bit of an end-for-end over the gigantic road jump there at the old Enduro Road Wakery track. Parked the car up, fixed it, and I've just seen that that's now, after sitting around waiting and waiting for so many years for attention, is now being put up for sale. So I'm not sure if that's sold yet or not, but get on the Facebook, Off-Road Cars for Sale in Australia. I think that's where I saw the listing for it last, but that's how busy Murray and Julie were. They just didn't have any time at all for themselves. They were just being having a time. There's a spate there. They did 5 races in 6 weeks. And we thank them very much for what they're doing. And there's going to be a thank you race run for them in October at Loveday 4x4 Park. Have a look on the Motorsport Australia site to get some details about that event, or go to the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park Facebook pages and do a little bit of research there. And you'll find the supplementary regulations and a bit of a story as to what they're going to do. I believe the event's going to be a short course in front of the Loveday Tavern. And it's going to be a semi-relay race. Tony Waitley's an ex-water ski racer, and they had a lot of different ideas. He used to run a lot of events there on the Murray River, so he's sort of bringing a little bit of the what he learnt and on the water to the dirt there at Loveday. So going to have all of the racing in front of everybody. I reckon he's going to have a whole heap of cameras there and drones, and it's going to be an absolute mega event beamed out live to the world, or at least recorded. We'll see what's going to transpire in that. But the idea is that you rock up there and everybody sees all of the racing in front of them. A little bit like the trophy cart event that he has up there. So great little thank you with the ladies very much encouraged to come out, because there's going to be a specific ladies trophy as well as a men's, and of course the named in Murray and Julie's honour. So great idea there from the Waitley clan to thank Murray and Julie, because it's a little bit hard to do. So they'll look forward to any well-wishing memories and sent through to him in October. Currently residing on his flower farm up there in Wellington, or down in Wellington southeast, not very far from the world-famous Tailem Bend Motorsport Park. So very much, I heard a rumour that he suddenly popped up at the Perilla race this year. Can't confirm that. But taking a well-earned rest, Murray and Julie Rogers. So there's a lot of experience that they've passed on there, but there's nothing you can do to pass on any really good knowledge to play with the gremlins that get inside of your electronics. So bear with us as we try and get some results here eventually. Hopefully someone will kick the printer in the right spot and it will start spitting out some information for us. But keep an eye out on the MiniPave 250 Facebook page. Been a lot of information uploaded there as soon as it's found out. And if you're watching on the internet there and you've found this, please feel free to share the link to Big Bad BD's Facebook page so everybody can enjoy the off-road racing live. Of course, you'll be able to come back and have a look at it, as many people do on the drive home, especially if you're a racer. With the internet coverage now, beaming it into the car, many people, almost double the amount that watch it live, watch it in the first 8 hours after the event's finished on YouTube. So the benefit of YouTube, 1080 HD, very clear vision. You can see from our cameras out here that the dust is a bit of the enemy of any transmission. Apologies if you see the transmission break down at any time, but it seems to be going very nicely for us today, thanks to the wind blowing the dust away. But you'll find even the military can't make their equipment penetrate the dust. So there's not much we can do here except blow very hard to clear the dust. So I can hear some cars behind me warming up. Yeah, it's starting to roll towards the start form-up area. So I won't be too far away. I'll be able to resume racing here at the MiniPave 250. This track here belonging to Ian and Brenda Barclay, he's got a guarantee. Well, they both got a guarantee that if you can find a rock out on this track, they'll pay you to bring it back. There's plenty of rocks and stuff and rubble on the way in and out, but actually on the racetrack, smooth as glass in terms of rocks and boulders. It's an off-road track, no doubt about it. It's got the heavy equipment there to maintain the track between races, but it doesn't take long to get through here. We're within less than a couple of kilometres of the sea. Bright blue sea in the background there. It's the Spencer Gulf. So we can see across the Gulf, the Gulf sort of shaped roughly like a big triangle. So hence the Iron Triangle label from a lot of people. So from the Eyre Peninsula on the western side all the way down to the Big Foot and the rest over here. Fantastic part of South Australia to holiday in. Just so many beaches that you'll really think you're the only person on the planet if you come down here and visit a lot of these beaches. And I've been seeing some video of a South Australian off-road racer born into the sport, Jay Loader, with his wife and kid out venturing in their Unimog. And if you want to look up Jay Loader, he's become quite a personality because he won the Best Grass in Australia award a couple of years ago, got a whole heap of prizes, and he's now an aficionado on mowing the grass. Yes, he lives in Meadows there and really did a fantastic job of maintaining the property, so much so that it got recognised on TV, and now he goes by the name Lawn Mog. Unimog, of course, but he's just modified his Unimog to be a camper, and he works a few weeks on, a few weeks off, and is out touring. So it's been interesting to follow him on Facebook, all of their adventures. Lawn Mog, you look up there, shout out to the Loader clan. His mother and father have been racing for many, many years. Started off in a Barja, went to a buggy, and then back to a Silhouette Barja, and then to a Nissan Double Cab, win an Australian Performance Two-Wheel Drive Championship. Got Jay into the car, very experienced, and sold that on. I think that's up racing in Queensland and New South Wales now, that bus. But retired there and enjoying the time as a family cruising around with their Unimogs and caravans. So, again, good look on them up. Great to see some South Australian off-roading. All of the ideas talked around the camp, putting to the engineering and willing to share that information. So a lot of really good people associated with off-road racing in Australia and around the planet. It's one good thing if you do venture over to the US&A, there's plenty of people that will take you under their wing just for the fact that you're the real deal, you're an off-road racer, you can talk their language, and more than happy to show you around the motorsport. So many Australians making the trip over there now. You've got another mob of South Australian, Nick Whetstone, who's been winning the over there in the latest Vegas race or Arizona race. So really doing great things there for the reputation of Australian drivers, and South Australia in particular there. His father is a politician, and Nick resides in California at the moment. Trucks no. I listened to the commentary team over there stating and all the rest. He hasn't. His uncle was a very accomplished businessman himself. So occasionally you'll see the Rubik racing team and Brad teaming up with his nephew. And I think the Levi's or the Trump truck was the only truck that got in front of him after getting a flat tyre. Otherwise, he would have won the recent race over there. I can't remember exactly which one it is. So fantastic opportunities there for anybody to go over the States. There's not a hell of a lot of difference except the steering wheels on the left-hand side. There's slightly different rules. You're unrestricted in your engine size there in the trophy truck outright class. So there's some twin turbo V8s pushing out 1,400 plus horsepower. Really is amazing to hear these machines. You want to have a quick talk, you can have a chat with Toby Waitley. He's been over there recently. Simon Herman, of course, has had an intimate examination of some trophy trucks there with Talbot Cox having a big over, and we're all fully recovered now is Simon Herman. But they've got some very interesting stories from Simon went over regularly to watch the Mint 400. You saw on track at the moment, on camera at the moment there, replay there of the Urseg Class 10. That's the ex-Cops racing in America Class 10. The boys went over and bought that car outright. And then father and son, Ben Urseg, of course, very well known for Motorsport Australia official circles. They went and fulfilled a dream racing the Baja 1000. And teamed up with another father and son duo, the Westons, Reese and Chris Weston. So you had the car breaking up to three, and you had Talbot Cox and Michael Marson, or Marson. They did the last leg. Ben and Luke did the first. And the Westons did the middle, of course, in that Class 10, which is now only just recently been sold. Ben raced it for many, many years. And they had a successful finish in that Baja 1000. Many a dream of many an off-roader here. That's the ultimate off-road race for many to get over in Mexico. The amount of support for off-road racing is phenomenal from the Mexicans. Shout out to all of them. I used to have anything I'd put out, half of Mexico was the total watch for any reel or whatever. Unfortunately, Facebook, something went wrong. Some hackers have got in there and I lost my Facebook account and I lost so many followers and friends from over in the United States. Have been following us for many years. Unfortunately, I can't contact them because I can't access that site. It won't let me into it at all. Won't let me any information. Facebook have done it to many other people. We just don't know what's going on there. So apologies that we're not getting all of this vision out to as many people as what we used to, but I'm slowly rebuilding my Facebook page to get the message out there and starting to get onto YouTube a little bit more so we can talk about some of the fantastic racing that's going on with Australians being able to head overseas now and jump into machinery they're quite familiar with and push it to the absolute limit. And that's certainly the case, as I've said, with the Mason all-wheel drive truck that, you look at Toby Price, he's that fired up when he gets in those cars. I've seen him a lot of interviews from a few other guys, and you can tell from the body language they're very hesitant to pay him out at all or say anything negative because you can see he's just so pumped up to get the win. And that is a fantastic attitude when you've got in the no holds barred $1 million plus trophy trucks. You really just absolutely can thrash them within an inch of their lives the whole day long, and they'll keep running for you. You basically, as Nick Whetstone will be testimony to, that just a flat tyre will cost you a race these days. It is so competitive over there in the States. I dare say after their federal election is completed in November, you'll probably see a whole lot of people coming out and racing in the year once they've got all their government stuff sorted out. There's a lot of people taking a year off, as there has been here in South Australia. There's not as many competitors to all of the local rounds as what we used to. We're starting to see a little bit of a resurgence with fantastic initial entry here at the MiniPave 250 of over 38 entries, which is double what they had last year. So a great entry up to the Loveday 400 as well. So just so many quality off-road race cars around Australia sitting in sheds. If we had them all out at once at one event, it'd have to be a very, very long track because there is quite literally 1,000 plus cars that are currently registered with logbooks out there. A lot of them are still wasting away there, but still got their logbooks ready to go. Just waiting for the Finance Committee to authorise some payments towards these race cars, and then we'll see some few more out on track. But all the current rules and regulations that are out there create this to be a very safe sport. Sure, you can get hurt. Motorsport is dangerous, no doubt about it. Accidents do happen everywhere in life, but the skills that you can learn from racing these cars will definitely help you in the most dangerous place anywhere in the world for driving a race car. It's commonly known as a public road. So learn all of these skills and pass them on to the younger generation in a safe environment. That's why Tony Waitley's got a junior rally drivers program there, 8 years old and up there at Loveday 4x4 Park. Little rally car set up to give your kids a bit of an angle. And I've had my navigator's son and his daughters, I saw them holidaying in Barmera there and suggested, hey, why don't you go up and say hello to the Jody and Tony up there in the Loveday Tavern. They did so, and their daughters were so chuffed to get a hot lap and then a rally car drive. They've got their Loveday official junior licence that they issue to you. So a great safe place, because back in the old days, you could just sneak out to a dirt road and all that sort of thing. Not encouraged now. Better to have some place to go for a drive where everybody can stay safe and you can get some quality instruction. So I'm pretty sure if you look up Off-Road Rush in Queensland, they'll be able to do that. If you look up other places for junior instruction, I think you've got the Norwell complex in the Gold Coast area there near Brisbane, to the Morris clan there, running all sorts of instruction. I do believe we've got, I think it's Jack Doohan is our latest driver to jump into the Formula One ranks. Of course, Mick Doohan's son, been training in go-karts for many years. He went for some private tuition there at Norwell Motorsport Park in Queensland. So that's going to make, well, if Daniel Ricciardo kicks on, that's going to be 3 Aussies in the F1 field in 2025. That's pretty awesome. So motorsport, a great way to introduce your child through go-karts. I've got a go-kart track near my place, constantly having a whole lot of very expensive rigs and setups turning up to practice. Race weekends on a Saturday, Sunday, they're there on a Wednesday, getting completely ready and practice, and it is full on. How many people are realising that this is a great grounding to keep yourself safe on the roads? It does teach defensive driving, because you've totally used to, become second nature to be able to control a motor car by hours and hours of behind the wheel practice. And of course, the safest way, but it doesn't give you the G forces, the bumps and the rest, is a simulator. Now, a lot of the PlayStations, Xbox, all of these setups can give you hours of fun with the amount of computer programs that are out there to simulate Formula One, go-karts, off-road race cars, rally cars, whatever you like. You can have a drift session, of course, if you like burning money on tyres, and all sorts of fun that you can do safely to give you half an idea, but nothing is substitute for the real thing. So get out and teach your kids how to drive, and we'll keep everybody safe on the roads. Because there is, I'm sure everybody's realising that we've got to teach this younger generation that your phone is when you've stopped. Leave the phone alone. Don't text. Use it as a navigator and a proper holder. They've just introduced some radar camera detectors in the Adelaide Hills there. So I'm regularly out. I live out in the Adelaide Hills, and I see nearly every second cut. You can just tell when someone's on the phone. And I've had a lot of near misses to just anticipate that, oh, this person's not concentrating. And I'm a pretty experienced driver, and I can't text and drive. Doesn't mean I don't have the skills to be able to. I'm just smart enough to know it's just not safe, because you are not looking. It might not be another car next to you, but we have the wildlife. We have a lot of boomers bouncing across the road and various other bits and pieces to create a bit of an issue for you. So you can have an accident without even knowing it. So understand, in Australia, we've got a lot of obstacles in our way, and that's the best way to be, is attentive when you're driving. Leave the phone alone. Get your navigator to say something. But stay safe out there, because you might save my life by being smart out there. Might save your mum and dad's. All of these things there. Sounding a little bit old, like I'm starting to wiggle the finger here, but we're waiting for some racing. I'm hoping, I'm looking at the timing bus here. There's a lot of looking over shoulders and intimate discussion there. So there's obviously some details they're trying to sort out before releasing the cars on track. Thank you to our officials there. Just gave me notification that we're looking to split the cars into 3 heats. We will be resuming racing at 10:15 a.m. here on Sunday, August 2024. Absolutely loving the interaction there from our friends over in the United States of America. Kevin P in particular, very keen to have a chat, which is great. Yes, your guys kick butt in the USA. You're absolutely right. And there's plenty more of us too to keep you guys honest. And it's amazing how close to the races are to each other. In a 500-mile race, it comes down to seconds between them and the finish line. Same here. Absolutely awesome how close the racing is. It used to be minutes separating these cars. And you're, of course, running on corrected time. It's a little bit difficult here in Australia to know exactly what the results are. It's a little bit clearer there, and fantastic to watch the coverage in the States these days of, you know, being a single man in the shed there. I can do what I want, so to speak, and watch what I want. And I get on the old YouTube there and absolutely love the way that the coverage is developed over the years. Shout out to Fish of Fishgistics. Fantastic coverage. Rat Salt at the start-finish line of the score races as well has really kicked up the coverage over the years. Really enjoy watching the stuff in the United States as I do here. Shout out to Ben Hutt and all his team that have been doing the live stuff with the ARB series and such. His brother's experience and everything, being the navigator for OBR as well. In the Mason truck, you get some Starstream stuff from those guys. And they've really been able to increase the coverage there for everybody. No matter where you are in the world, you're able to look this up now thanks to the social media aspect. Be able to communicate to anybody. It is really good. It's really brought everyone closer together within the off-road racing community. And the Hutts in particular there, and use all different systems. They've got a couple of drones out there as well, but the in-car from Starstream that they're connected to. Just really enjoy that. You're getting more and more people getting on to Starstream. We've still probably not got enough satellites out in the country areas yet to be able to beam the coverage 100% reliable, and a lot of our trees that are around the track block the signal. So it can be a little bit intermittent on Starstream. But overall, you get to ride along with these guys. They're running 2 GoPro cameras, front and rear, and the Starstream standard kit. For those interested, it's about $5,000 Australian to buy a Starstream kit. Plus, you have to subscribe to a monthly account in order to get that information out. But the amount of media platforms that you can stream that to live, and the amount of sponsor information, and it is really good for the sport. Probably have a look at one of the reels we put out last night there. It's on Lyndon Wilson Facebook page. And Big Bad BD and Adams Aerial Services, madly editing and downloading there, all of us last night. Try and bring you a little bit of an insight of what it looks like when we, because not every bit of coverage goes out live here. I try to do my best with the 4-screen split screen so everybody can see everyone. I hope you've got a really big television, because it definitely helps. So have a look at that reel out there on Facebook. There's a whole heap of other ones there to entertain you. So as I mentioned before, we're going to have the competitors split into 3 heats today. And we'll be starting them in 12 minutes' time. I can hear cars warming up. I do believe we've got Kyle Tucker going to be taking off from the front. I reckon he is our overnight leader here at the MiniPave 250 at Samphire Road, Port Germein. Yeah, I might try and sneak a bit of a look outside the door here. See recovery kicking around the place. Oh, yes. See Toby Ryman in the 80 on a turbo-powered Volvo Scorpion buggy. Getting ready. Who else we got going out there? They're all rolling around the pits at the moment. They're warming up their gearboxes. We get a bit of shaking there from the Gataletta brothers. Going to have an arm wrestle. G'day, fellas. Great racing. Good to see you here. Team Red.
I want the lady.
So still plenty of people here hotly anticipating the fast boys coming out on track here. Great to see the smiles on the drivers' faces out there as they know they're just about to get a hell of a dose of adrenaline again. The veins will start pumping. It really does make you think faster, react faster. So when I used to race there back in the swing axle days, used to be buzzing, smile on my face for at least 2 weeks after every race meeting. Cleans the system out as well. It's a really strange thing, but I've noticed over many, many years of following the sport that a lot of the drivers look younger than what their age on their licence says that they are. Whether that's the amount of adrenaline keeping you young, I don't know. I'm not a medical doctor at all, but just in my observation, there's so many drivers that you can look at and go, he's not that old. No, they're not. And they're very sprightly. So there's a whole lot of hidden benefits to being involved with motor racing. I know my mum and dad, hello, out there at Eden at the moment. And shout out to Big Bad BD's daughter, Lainey Wilson. She made her announcing debut on radio just the other day on Fresh FM 92.7 in Adelaide there, coming in as a kids weather presenter. They have a new kid come in every week and read the weather. So Lainey very excited to represent Eden Hills Primary School and did a great job there. She's been on television before. She's been, funnily enough, on the Channel 9 weather patting a llama during one of the weather presentations. So following in Grandpa's footsteps, was an announcer on 5KA for Techo for 5KA. And that was in the days before any television. So that was the super hot ticket for social media, want of a better description, was radio. So Mum, of course, is daughter of a Techo. Flies open as the wind direction changes slightly here. So just waiting for the 14 Pro Buggy of Kyle Tucker to come up here on the start line. Should be only 7 minutes away. And we're getting questions over there from Arizona again. How do I like Robbie Gordon's Super Stadium trucks when they race in Adelaide? I like them a whole lot. I like them so much that, yes, I had a little bit to do with them actually coming to Adelaide. If you hunt around the stories, and a couple of the drivers here we had, Rob Cowie and Travis Milburn, with their ace mechanic there, Scott Agars, got part of that series. Scott Agars went and toured the world with the Super Stadium trucks. Very excited they're going to be back here again, the spiritual home of Stadium Super trucks here in Australia. They were stored up at Brad Gallard's place up at Renmark between races back in the day. Brad Gallard's got the patent for the ramps here in Australia, or back in the day he did. So, yeah, we really like the Super Stadium trucks. And being an off-road fan, yeah, I followed all of the development, and we were all scratching our heads watching YouTube going, what is Robbie Gordon doing with all these different ramps and everything at his factory, and these trucks with no panels? Go, what's he doing? So we understand, I understand the history of stadium racing with the Mickey Thompson Tyres series. We used to scramble to get any sort of footage from the United States of America racing, especially the Mickey Thompson and the LA Coliseum. Sky Sports was the only transmitter of any of that, and they used to use that as a filler between, or it was used primarily, that channel was used to broadcast horse racing, and in the after hours they would put some stadium racing up, and a lot of the publicans associated with knowing off-road races would record that for us. And there's quite a few people with some old VHS tapes out there with the original broadcasts. You used to even see it on the Wide World of Sports on Channel 9 here in Australia. They got onto it and understood how exciting this is. So, yes, the Super Stadium trucks are going to be here in the sensational Adelaide, in the heart of Adelaide City. That decision of bringing that race back full stop for the supercars got the Labor Party elected here in South Australia. And true to their word, they've brought the races back here. So really excited and looking forward to seeing these guys. When they first came to Adelaide, of course, made our way there, and the tent where they were housed was all open. You could walk up, put your hands on them. My brother, being an engineer, shot off a couple of hundred digital photos of them. We had to go home and examine exactly how they were put together. But a very famous flag waver by the name of Glenn Dix, who's an old family friend from, of course, Adelaide International Raceway days, was a flag waver there for many years. He ran the event, actually did all the timing, the rest of it, not just a flagman. And he came up there and sort of bailed him up and said hello, and told him about the influence I was lucky enough to have in getting these trucks here. And he told me how much they were worth and said they better be worth it. And I said, they'll be worth it. Don't you worry about that, Glenn. As soon as they hit the track, mate, it'll get exciting. Bang, front page news the next day. We're watching the first heat and we could just walk up to the fence, no troubles. The second heat of the trucks on the Thursday of the 4-day race weekend, they had to go and get barriers to keep the crowd away from them. They were that excited. And when we went up to watch them, it was 4 deep on the fence. And that's the way ever since. Anytime the stadium trucks went out, the crowd were just captivated with how exciting off-road racing is. And this is part of the idea of bringing this to you live now is being able to share the desert race experience from a short course and bring it to the masses. That was the idea of the Mickey Thompson series, certainly the idea from Robbie Gordon in the stadium trucks. They wouldn't go the best out here against the desert trucks, but they'd still be fast, but they're definitely designed to entertain. So, yes, no surprise that Glenn Dix, who's got a he's got a memorabilia set up in Strathalbyn in the museum, Motorsport Museum down there, if you want to go check it out. Of course, world famous for his flag-waving technique, Glenn Dix. And of course, as a kid, I used to teach all of my mates how to wave a flag Glenn Dix style, as we used to say. My dad's got it down pat, my mum. So great to see that little old Adelaide down the bottom of Australia, more or less, well, southern side of Australia, is able to entertain on the world stage. Absolutely awesome. So very proud of all of our officials and everything, and this is the quality of the officials we've got out here presenting here today. Doesn't matter whether they'll be able to perform on the world stage, no troubles at all. Yeah, Kevin P, if you find me on Facebook, mate, Lyndon Wilson, got a picture of me in the buggy, 653 written on it. You have to you can see my face. The other one where we're jumping, that's the one they won't let me access. Hit me up for a friend's request, mate, or a bit of a thing, and I'll give you some further story about the stadium race drama there. It's quite a big story, and just the amount of coincidences that went along in creating that. Phoenix, Arizona was fantastic. Oh, yeah, look, love the stadium trucks, love what it's all about, really understand it. That's what it's about, is entertainment, and that's what, of course, I'm here providing this weekend, is the entertainment for everyone that can't come across here. We've got some other races happening right now in Australia as we speak. I think Rainbow's over there. I know they've got the Nora 500, I think, is going on in the States. So we've got the Gold City 450 happening up in top of Queensland next weekend. Huge amount of racing going on in off-roading because it's just getting more and more popular. As the equipment becomes more and more reliable. So we're able to push these machines harder and harder, faster and faster. The Albin's gearbox creation gave a lot of people the ability to put some high horsepower motors into their cars and able to use all of that horsepower. I think they're now sold to Weddell transmissions, Albin's, but you've now got some other players in the field there. I think you've got some UK, but we have Hollinger gearboxes here now in Australia that have kicked up an off-road race package, and there's a few buggies out here that are running those gearboxes here today. But that's the biggest thing, because we were so reliant on Combi Volkswagen Type 2 Combi air-cooled gearboxes. There's still plenty of cars here today racing with them. I've got one sitting at home to put together when I build a new frame. So they never go away fully. It's just the budget that limits you, like in any sport, to what equipment you're able to purchase. But getting people excited to be able to watch it live, because this is such a thrilling sport that we're here watching this weekend as we're waiting for Kyle Tucker and Ian Wedding. Kyle's a 25-year-old truck driver. He first competed in this car, I think, in Loveday 400 a month and a bit ago. And he'd like to thank SC Tucker Transport. Simon Tucker sending me some excellent results and information there yesterday. Thanks very much, Simon. driving all the way from the Eyre Peninsula there to be part of this weekend. Simon's got the 110 Southern Cross Next Gen buggy, green and white. You probably see featured in quite a few of the promotional videos or reels. Real hard charger. Likes to blow motors up. I don't think he likes to, it just happens to. But he sent me some video there when he putting his new motor in, just spraying the sheds and trucks around him, having an absolute ball. So no surprise that his son Kyle is out the front here in a car that he's still getting familiar with, can you believe? So look for exciting things here if you want to see what this car looked like here at the MiniPave 250. Previously, Adam Burl and Marie Birmingham were racing that here in had Jet Tack in yellow written on the side panels. Sold it on there. And Kyle having an absolute ball in this car. Probably see some sticker or some wrapping going on to this vehicle over the summer break here, because we're just about to kick into spring here in Australia, coming in September. Our AFL football season is just about coming to its conclusion, with round 24 being completed today. So we'll be into the finals of our footy, as here we go. Great takeoff there from Kyle Tucker. You don't need a wheel spin here, as you can see our starter there with his blonde wig doing his best to entertain all of our friends around the planet there. Yes, we've got a sense of humour here, haven't we? Guaranteed. So next on the start line, the 80 of Toby Ryman. He's got Craig Redding navigating for him as usual there. This is a Volvo 3-litre V6 turbo engine. It's a Scorpion buggy originally built by Keith Poole and assembled by his dad Peter in 1987. He'd like to thank Newry Traders, Ministry of Beer, and the Missus, Sarah. And he's won some races earlier this year. He won Jamaica outright. Having a really good season there. Didn't go so good here at the Segura 200. But he's going to be chasing down by the 136. This is our Pro Light belonging to Matt Curtis. It's the FD Motorsport team. Grant Prize, the navigator. Matt's into earth moving. It's a Nissan GCR Rhino built by his dad, 2013. He now owns it, bought it off his dad, a Nissan 3.5-litre VQ35 engine, naturally aspirated. Thanks to film and delivery, Kapunda 4x4, Prize Automotive, Barossa Earthworks, and Ronco Engineering. He is a Sayora champion. He's won many a race. So you never be discounted, always up the front of the field. Next on the start line, it's Daryl Nissen with Andrew Harness, both 60-plus-year-old mechanics. No surprise that Daryl Nissen's running a Nissan VQ35DE. Being a mechanic, got to be very careful. This buggy was built in 1980. 44 years old and still going strong. It's a SORE, S-O-R-E. As I said yesterday, I don't know how many original bars or bits and pieces are on that buggy, but 44 years of racing, and that's all owned by Daryl, 100%. Next on the start line, another very fast machine. This is the 95. This is the 2BR race team. Brett Rogers and Brett Richardson, both tied up with the Vineyard Management Division. So they'd like to thank Advanced Viticulture and Management, Springton Hotel, Regal Concrete, Central Truck Tyres, and Springfield Park. That's a 6-litre Chev, and it's a Rids Racing Frame Joker, built in 2011. And that car on track now. They're having a great time out there. And the next time, the proprietor of IGA at Broughton, This is an ex-Territorian, now breathing South Australian air on a regular basis. This is Paddy Garrity in his sports light. It's a Suzuki Hayabusa tiny built GSXR 2. He'd like to thank Port Broughton IGA, BHG, Jetcore, Exact Contracting, Think Water, Elevate Construction, Chambers Engineering, Smart Off-Road Mechanical, Vality Motorsport, FSD Suspension Tuning, Industry Coating Solutions, and PVG Contracting. Next on the start line, it's the Gadaletta twins, represented here by Joel Gadaletta with his dad Frank navigating. I'd like to thank Gadaletta Steel Fabrications and Australian Steel Detailers. This is a Jimco champion built in 2010. And this has got a 7-litre Chev in the back. And these guys are great fun. They've come from side-by-sides. They got their experience, and you can see, look, the two brothers lined up nose to tails. This is Robbie Gadaletta with Alan Fennell navigating for him. This is a 6.2-litre Chev Jimco champion built in 2013, this car. Only just arrived, I reckon. And both of these cars not that old to the owners, the Gadalettas. So they'd like to thank Gadaletta Steel Fabrication, ASD and Fennell Pastoral, this car. So he will see nothing but a red car in front of him and want to be nudging him in the earth bar. We don't touch much here, but these two guys are great fun to talk to. They're definitely siblings. The rivalry is absolutely hilarious. All in good fun. But great to see these boys out here and some very fast machinery. Speaking of which, here comes the 1010. This is Paul Tinger. Wow. Is he having a stellar season? The Bull Ant Motorsport team, look them up on Facebook. It'd be worth having a look. You've got Daniel Kelsey navigating for Paul Tinger here in the sports lights, a 2.4-litre Southern Cross Mark 5, thanks to Spitwater Australia, Border Blasting, Professional Tree Service Adelaide. That buggy was built in 2005, and he's currently the South Australian Motorsport Australia State Championship leader. He is the man to beat. He'll wind it up today if he can get through these laps. So best of luck to Paul Tinger, and look him up, Bull Ant Motorsport on Facebook. Next on the start line, we got the 1, 3 and the 7. This is Rich Andrews. And Richard Andrews has got his daughter Jamie sitting next to him today. This is an S&S race frame Waft Tam edition, built in 2014. And that familiar V6 noise is coming from a Nissan 3.5-litre VQ35. I'd like to thank Ronco Engineering. And that is all of our races for this particular heat. So the wind picking up slightly here, pushing a lot of the dust towards the Flinders Ranges. But more importantly, pushing it off the track for our races. So we can see more spectacular vision. Coming from our drone, you can just see the dust clouds as how they fall back down to earth. Tickle all the samphire bushes around here. That's spelled S-A-M-P-H-I-R-E, Samphire. Native bush to the area, and of course, that's why Samphire Creations. I think the property is known as Samphire Park here. It's got a archway that you come through in the private entrance to the Barclays house. So Samphire Creations is one of our sponsors this weekend. Of course, Brenda's business. You look them up on Facebook. Got a heap of gear that you can order. Don't care where you are in the world. Please order something from Brenda Barclay. Plenty to go for. So we're looking at, get a closer look there. That's the number 14. That's the Jimco. Kyle Tucker getting super wide on that corner. Bit of a backfire there as the drone tries to keep up with him. Putting up some pretty big dust plumes behind him at the moment, Kyle Tucker. (2005), that Jimco 2000 is the series name. 6-litre Chev. Was originally, I think, brought out here Toddy Lehman. Down there in the southeast. G'day, Toddy. And he's coming around and complete his first lap. Apologies for not getting any of the lap times here. They're struggling with this printer again. And all of the notes that I've seen have been handwritten. Give you an idea of the frustration that they're going to. So in that environment, very, very difficult to get the timing out. So any of the ladies next door to me there that want to take a photograph of the timing, I think that's going to be the easiest way to send it to me via the phone network. Nice in close view there from our drone. 137. And there's the 80 coming in to complete his lap. This is Toby Ryman, my Scorpion buggy. Completes another lap, gets around spectator area there. Superb spectator facilities here. One of the only places to have a covered spectator area around the place, specifically outside of a main venue. All of the facilities here. We've got the Barclay Bar and the Disco Diner there, ready to look after you. And if you're a bit worried, the kids are a bit bored, there's a lock them into a playground facility here. As here comes Matt Curtis and the GCR Rhino to complete his latest lap. So compared to the yesterday, the dust clearing quite quickly. Still doesn't make the Wi-Fi transmission any easier, but looks like it's a little bit clearer today. The mask of dust disappearing. So unfortunately, there is no way to look up live timing at all. But we're doing our best. And a bit of pressure there is, Tubiago is pretty wide in the last corner and coming to complete there. First lap is the 164 of Daryl Nissen, a sore buggy. Always a hard charge of Daryl Nissen. Yes, he has been racing for all those years. Throwing up the dust there. That's the Garrity machine. Here comes the 2BR weapon. Big 5 p.m. sponsorship written on the side of that car. That's Scott Agar's. Scott Agar's business, I should say. A lot of people taking advantage of his experience, learnt travelling the world with the Super Stadium trucks. He's quite a character. You get a chance to bail him, talk to you about this behind-the-scenes stories of the stadium trucks. Absolutely awesome. There's up the top there, we've got one of the Gataletta boys going a little bit wide. Drone catching that. We'll go a bit tighter on him. Recovering well. They're a wide car. There's no doubt about it. And here comes Paddy Garrity. Got that high boost. They're screaming. That is a motorcycle engine. It is a single-seater. It is super lightweight. It's a tiny built in Tasmania, I reckon. I can hear a screaming Chev there of a Jimco champion. That's Joel Gataletta coming through to complete his first lap. The Gataletta steel fabrication. Sponsored machine. They're in Whyalla, Port Pirie and Adelaide. I heard yesterday in another ad, so I'm going to have to change all my ads for them. A little bit more informative. But it won't take you too much time to find their factories. Huge, big signage, especially in Whyalla. Massive shed. Sticks out like a store thumb. Great way to advertise. And here comes the second of the Gataletta team cars. They've got another Jimco hiding at home. Just still waiting for gearbox bits. So that's Robbie Gataletta with Adam Fennell alongside. And it looks like her drone's having another battery change. Big bad DD's filming a lot of dust out there. It'll clear in a moment. This is our sports light. This is the Spitwater Special, the Southern Cross. Paul Tinger flying along here. You can see why he's leading the state championship. Even though it's not an outright winning car, inverted brackets, he's been winning the class, and it's been the most popular class there is. It's the most Class 10s sports lights here today. So you can't say it's because no one else is racing that he's doing so well. It's just very good driving from the Bull Ant racing team. On camera now, we've got the 137. This is the Waftam Racing SNS Nissan-powered buggy of Rich and Jamie Andrews, father and daughter team. Very experienced campaigner, been racing since the 90s. Influenced by the She-Gogs back in the day. Shout out to the She-Gog family. Of course, married to one of She-Gog's daughters. That's how that connection came along. So it looks like we've got drone back in the air. Action getting faster with his battery changes. Here comes the 14 again. He is absolutely flying, Kyle Tucker. A lot of these guys were getting into the 10-minute a lap zone yesterday, and I'd say we'd probably be there again at the moment. Once I find out some times, I'll happily pass them on to you. But as you probably heard before, there's things are being handwritten there at the moment, so they've obviously got more problems than they're willing to let on. But struggling along there, we've got couple of timing systems actually, luckily enough, here this weekend, one being trialled and the other original system here. Here he comes, Kyle Tucker and Ian Wedding in the Jimco 2000. Absolutely cruising. Car just rocking back and forth on the rear wheels there, gaining maximum traction. If you hear the phone going off, 9 times out of 10, it's my mum sitting there at Eden Hills with my dad. Both ex-Australian Motorcarna champions. Mum gave up the motorsport career to let Dad race Formula V. And she raised us two brothers, Big Bad BD and Liquado. So sitting at home there watching their big screen, YouTube, just gobsmacked of how spectacular this racing is and how skilled the drivers are out here. They can appreciate it. Back in the day, you say, well, Motorcarna champion doesn't sound like much, but back when they were racing, you had 120 to 130 competitors with all very similar road cars. So to be able to achieve that when they both won on the same day in the same car, phenomenal. Very proud of my parents. Very happy they could be out there watching today. Thanks for watching, Kevin P. Thanks for subscribing. If you could subscribe to my channel, it'd be good too. Big Bad BD's, he's doing all right. I need 50 subscribers to go live myself and do some more stuff from home. I've got a railway line right behind me. It's a lot of people interested in trains. Keeping it out. Speaking of interesting, here's the dust train, the 136, the GCR Rhino of the Curtis clan. Dusting out everyone in the pits, everyone doing a great job there to chew as much dust as they possibly can and spit it back down on the ground there for the bar class. Thank you very much. So word is the transmission's getting out a little bit clearer today, which really does say that the wind blowing the dust away is helping everybody here. The drivers can see the track. I'll guarantee you the lap times are quicker than yesterday. As Daryl Nissen comes flying around in his Saw 3.5 litre Nissan powered buggy. So great job from our drone pilot, Action Adam of Adam's Aerial Services. If you have trouble finding any of us there, just LYNDON Wilson, WILSON. Picture of my ugly mug there, and Buggy 653 with my dearly departed old mate Finn Eustace, not with us anymore. That's the Facebook page that you want to send some message to me. Pretty friendly, I'll respond to you. But there's only one live feed here this weekend. Anyone else tells you they're doing it, no, they're lying to you. Big Bad BD websites on YouTube's the only one we're pushing this out from. Don't spend any money, don't give your credit to details, just sit back, relax and enjoy. It's the 2BR race team, the Ridge Racing Frame Joker V8 powered buggy here. Number 95, flying across. Played his second lap. Big 5 p.m. sticking out on the side of that panel. Great to see Scott Agars passing on experience. You can get some shocking testing done up there at Loveday 4x4 by Scott Agars. A few guys around Australia, specifically coming around to get him to tune the car. As Paddy Garrity gets the rear wheel to spit into that corner and puts an absolute shower of dirt into the air. He is pushing this tiny build to its limit. He's been shyacking the Northern Territorians about coming down here for the challenge. He's the major sponsor of that challenge. As one of the Gataletters decides to create a new track around the U-turn, having a bit of trouble getting the heavy machinery to pull up in time, I'd say, is what usually is the reason for going over the top of a berm. And here we go. This will be the 96. Indeed it is. This is Joel Gattaletta. He's got the yellow and white dust lights on that car. The front might be a way of telling who it is from a distance. The 96, as opposed to his brother that should be through next, Robbie Gattaletta. Right on cue, here he is. I'm sure he'd like nothing better than dusting out his brother. I don't know which one is the big brother. Being twins, there's got to be one that came out first. We'll find that out. It's a bit of information a bit later on. But their dad, Sam, out racing here. Brandon Johns was navigating for him a number of years ago. Brandon's got his lads now in the Southern Cross buggy, not here this weekend, but I'm sure they're watching. Coming into view is the Waft Tam buggy. Waste of time and money. That's what that stands for. But he's chasing the hard charging Paul Tinger here in the Spitwater machine. The Southern Cross looking very clean out there. The Bull Ant Motorsport team will be smiling from ear to ear. Having a great result there for Spitwater Australia. But I said leading the state championship here for Motorsport Australia. Be our fastest near our fastest sports light. I think Paddy Garrity is holding on to that banner at the moment. There's Rich and Jamie Andrews going through to complete their next lap. And in the background, you can hear the constantly backfiring Jimco buggy belonging to Kyle Tucker. Ian Wedding listening to those backfires in the Jimco 2000 machine. Sure, we'll see that car change its colour scheme at the moment. It's been black for a number of years. But been a very competitive car in the hands of every owner. Toddy Lehman and Adam Burl had it for a while, and now Kyle Tucker's purchased the car. And he is having a ripper run here. I'll pretty much tell you he is the man in front. The MiniPave 250 Sunday edition. Of course, we've got to add all the corrected times together, but as you can just see, the amount of dust he's throwing up here. Well done. There we go. That's 3 laps that they're doing. Successfully completed that. Heading back to the pits. So it'll be interesting to finally get some information there and exactly what's going on with all of these heats. Lots of people rushing around the place, trying to keep the event running on time. Of course, we're already down a little bit because of having to run yesterday's session. I'm still yet to have anyone have a chat to us about what they're going to do about the SA versus Northern Territory Challenge. That might be after the MiniPave 50 event is complete. Yes, that drone we've got up there from Adams Aerial Services is on full sport mode, hence why it turns off the collision avoidance and enables Action Adam to go a little bit faster to chase these buggies. As you can see, has no chance once they get going. As here comes the 80 Scorpion of Toby Ryman and Craig Redding. Congratulations on completing their 3 laps today. Was leading the state championship here. Problems the last round, so a championship. So hotly pursued here by the 136 GCR Rhino, Gary Curtis, the Pro Light buggy. It's like our next competitor to finish. The Saw Buggy, Darren Nissen, Andrew Harness. Line 6-4. So as I was told earlier, the remaining competitors have been split into 3 groups. So this is Group 1 doing 3 laps. We have Group 2 doing 3, and then Group 3 doing 3. And I'll see what happens from there. Here comes the 2BR machine. The 2 Bretts. This is a Ridge Racing frame Joker machine built in 2011. Owned and raced by Toby Franken for many years. Rest in peace, Toby. Anyone knows Toby Franken? No way. He's resting. He's wherever he is, mate. He's having a good time. And he's thrashing it. He was a great speedway racer up Wakery Way, in Riverland of South Australia, and that's where these buggies are built, constructed. Riverland, South Australia. Matt Ridley, responsible for Joker race frames or Ridge Racing frames. So another successful finish for Brett Rogers and Brett Richardson, and being chased around. How impressive has this man been this weekend? Patrick Garrity, Paddy to his friends, proprietor of the IGA Port Broughton, all of the food munchies basically you're eating here this weekend at the MiniPave 250 have come from his store. So he's also a major sponsor of the SA versus Northern Territory Challenge. Great supporter of OffRoad Racing. This is a new car to Paddy Garrity too. So I think he's starting to get the handle on it. Joel Gadaletta coming through now, using the berm to turn. The 96 Jimco champion. Back down the gears there. Sounding mean and nasty, but it's a fast car. Have a look at these things in the pits and you'll realise, wow, they are huge. They are as full size as you can get. An off-road race truck. I think the only thing big is out there is the trophy trucks and the Mason ones in particular. And here comes his brother. This is a Robbie Gadaletta. Kicking it wide on the berm too. As he gives it a boot full to complete his 3 laps. Well driven. I love the comment here online that we're getting from Rock Play. What's that? Rock Played right, 64. Rock played right. I think that's how it's supposed to. And they're saying they're lovely watching or great watching the live feed, but you've really got to be here to get a face full of dust. And of course, that's quite true. It's very tasty, this dust. Got a slight saltiness to it because we're quite literally near the sea. So as the sea has drifted away over the years, we used to lap up against the Flinders Ranges. So all of this area is covered with some type of sea material there. Not quite seaweed, but there's plenty of it not too far down below the surface. Congratulations to the 1010 Sports Lighter, Paul Tinger there. Oh, he's having a ripper of a run for Bull Ant Motorsport. Doing a great job. Can be pretty wrapped with another result there. As I said, get onto them on Facebook. Very interesting to see what they've been up to. They'd like to thank Spitwater Australia, Border Blasting, Professional Tree Service, 2.4 litre machine. Daniel Kelsey navigating for him. Having a great result here is another great result for Rich Andrews. The 137 Pro Light, naturally aspirated Nissan VQ35. Thanks, Wayne Shegog. Great to see you enjoying things out there, mate. Pretty sure that was your brother-in-law that just went past then, Wayne. Now, we've felt this car already this morning. You know who I'm talking about. It's Toby Waitley and Simon Herman in the Rush Truck chassis number 4, modified by Loveday 4x4 Park, and it's officially now, they're renamed it or rebadged it the Loveday 001. Built in 2019. 6-litre LS Chev motor. They've been through a few motors in this thing. They definitely pushed the limits of the LS configuration. I'd like to thank Loveday 4x4 Park, SBH Engineering, Light Force, ARB, Off-Roading Online, and Ronco Motors. And, of course, don't forget, 5 p.m. So our starter there might not be wearing his real hair, but they are really his shorts. Going for the tan look there. Daisy Dukes. Putting a smile on people's faces here. Just having a bit of a laugh. I think we saw him twerking before. Hopefully we won't see it again. Posing for the photographers there. Bit of a leg up on a trophy truck. Watch out for that on the Segura website or the MiniPave 2 website later on. There's one thing Australians have, it's a very deep sense of humour. We love having a laugh as much as we love having a beer. Yes, I am going live here to all the people assembled. I've got dual microphones here, so everyone can hear me. So I shouldn't encourage them there, but geez, having a good fun, aren't you? And just doing the catwalk parade for us at the moment. The fashionable beard with the blonde, long hair seems to be every second TV station I turn onto with overseas coverage seems to have some strange combination like that. It's not what I'm used to, but hey, whatever floats your boat. But I'll tell you right now, it's just absolutely having a real laugh here and just having fun. At Port Germein, South Australia, the MiniPave 250 for 2024, the Sunday edition. See the black and white in the left-hand corner there? That's our... so we get a closer look there. We'll go for... Oh, there we go. That's right on screen now. And only he can hear the music playing right now. Don't know if that was $1. Have to be a $5 note because we don't have any $1 or $2 notes here. We only have coins for them, gold coins. Not real gold, of course. They're coloured gold. So for the old dance being paid for there. Here we go. Every time that car goes past, I get a bottom massage through the floor. It is full on. Looks like our drone fell over for a second. So on the start line now, we have the 6121. This is Tony Waitley chasing his son Toby. You got Doug Carthew alongside here in this machine. This is a brand spanking new 2024 Can-Am Maverick R. And he'll be out to catch his son. I don't think he much chance, but he'll be out to catch his son thanks to Loveday 4x4 Park, SPH Engineering, Light Force, ARB, Off-Roading Online, Ronco Motors, and 5 p.m. Next on the start line here, we've got the greening machine, another competitor challenging for the most amount of sponsors on the side of their car. Shane Greening here in a Honda 2.4 litre Autocraft Magnum, built in 1997. I'd like to thank RK Diesel Services, Alice City Tyre Power, Alice Hose Tech, Bob's Mob, AHT Towing, Chambers Engineering, P&V Panel Works, Outback Welding and Trailers, APJ Concrete, and he definitely needs the help of TJ Signs to get all that communication across. Next on the start line is Simon Baker. Simon's driving a Baja Silhouette built by S&S Race Frames. This is with a Wakery edition. He has Michael Lesky navigating for him this weekend. Not much Volkswagen left in the car, talking with Simon yesterday. It's the windscreens from a convertible Beetle. And that's about the only bit that's genuine Volkswagen left on the car. Just a bit more of a thump than a horizontally opposed Volkswagen motor. Plenty of GGs getting that car ahead. Next on the start line is the 1052 of Sam Vanstone. The 5351 Motorsport machine. Up Williston Way and next to Gawler. Got Brad Greer navigating for him this weekend for, I must say, or a number one Honda 2.4 litre, creating this, turning the buggy into a sports light. It's a Ridge Race Frames Joker edition, and it's a Chook's Custom Graphics and Barossa Earthworks sponsored machine. Next on the start line is the Honey Badger. This is a brand new buggy. It's only a third race in the new car. It's done to Fink. Been to Loveday. Now here's the Honey Badger, the 7-litre Jamaica Express. This is Ben McNamara with Wayne Pascoe navigating there. I'd like to thank Tumby Sand Mines, Jamaica Feedlots, Turner Transport, and EC3 Erseg Motorsport. There's 69 pro buggies away, and they invite all and sundry to come up to the Jamaica off-road race in 2025 in the beautiful Eyre Peninsula, South Australia. Come over. It's a big drive from here, but it's not that far really. Very smooth, flat roads to get there, nothing too dramatic. So look up for early in March, I think it's usually the time, 2025 at Jamaica. Tumby Bay will welcome you. Come and play and have a stay. Next on the start line, got here. We've got a 6 and another 6. And no, we haven't. We've got a 6 and a 9 and a 9. Just a little bit too. That's Michael Parham and Steve Mulder, the MS Racing Machine. Thanks to A1 Pull Paving, Auto 1 Port Augusta, and SA Road Services, the Can-Am Maverick X3 built in 2016. And it's their first year of racing. And they're right up in the top of the field, having some fantastic runs. And that's what it is. The buggies keep getting turned over. More and more people have the opportunity to get into the sport. Exactly what we're looking at here on the start line now is Steve Schultz. It's his first race, full stop, in this car. He bought it a while back and has been lucky enough to get it ready for this weekend, coming from Port Lincoln. And he'd like to thank Rock Solid Building, Williams Boxing and Gym, Lincoln Tyre and Brakes, Outback Mining Services, and EP Automotive. And that's a tiny built Hayabusa 1340cc machine. And chasing him down will be the 1074 Sports Light of David Adams. He's a CEO, been competing for 10 years, got a Honda 2.4 litre, the old K24 code. It's a Desert Rat, hence the DR1 label, built in 2002. He'd like to thank Scooters and Mobility Adelaide, SBH Engineering, Mike Shock Shop, and Proud Race Engines. Proud Race Engines down the south there. Quite a few of those engines creeping into South Australian off-road racing. Doing a great job. Another example of the family in motorsport. His father raced a buggy for many years. Good to see the Prouds. He became an engine builder, and an engine builder of quite high quality, let me tell you. Now, on the start line, speaking of high quality, it's our all-girl team. It's Jodie Veron and Cindy Carthew. If you go to Loveday 4x4 Park, there's every chance if you pay for a hot lap, it will be Jodie taking you for that hot lap. And as you can see, she knows how to pedal that car to its absolute maximum potential. Can-Am X3 built in 2020, thanks to Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park, ARB, SBH Engineering, Light Force, Ronco Motors, Off-Roading Online, and 5 p.m. Now on the start line here is Matt Ridley. This is the man that creates the Ridge racing frame machine. This is his new one, 2024. Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc powered machine. Super lightweight is what Matt has gone for with this combination. He's been developing this style of single-seater for a number of years now. Started off with a lot of very cheap items in terms of purchasing, and has through his own research and development has now got the car absolutely on song. Up from the Riverland Way, there's quite a few Rids racing frames kicking around the Riverland, that's for sure. So that's all our competitors away for heat number 2. So I'll just put it out there to officials there. If anyone wants to take a photo of your screen and send it to me, that'd be real good. Maybe someone has and I haven't looked at it. No. That's just my mum, again, sending me a message. She loves the twerking blonde starter. I'm sure we'll get the Facebook page so everyone can send their best wishes to our blonde starter. You might not hear it, but I can certainly feel it. This is the trophy truck, the Loveday 4x4 Park team, leaving our drone for dead, like it's standing still. The amount of acceleration put down to the ground through this truck is phenomenal. It's our only trophy truck representing the breed here this weekend. And if anybody knows the history of Toby Waitley in Motorsport Australia Championship, he almost won outright in a side-by-side. James Cook took that mantle, winning a national championship round. It was at what was last year, I think. Might be wrong on that. Don't quote me on that one. But Toby was second and only got beaten out by the Warrnambool Express. Earth shaking, dust creating. Thank goodness our drone's out there because we can't see much else through the dust. Doing a great job out there, big bad BD. You could hear him wheezing last night and coughing and spitting all of the dust out. But he'll be going straight back to the camp, getting the editing stuff out, as well as Action and myself there with the cameras around me. We'll do our best to bring out another reel, at least one tonight, and the highlights of the spectacular MiniPave 250 for 2024. Absolutely flushed with some outstanding driving performances here in front of us today. So glad we're able to share this with you through social media, if not live at trackside. You should be getting a really good insights. Our only Can-Am Maverick R here today has got the suspension I liken to the old Australian-built Ford Falcon back in the day that had the top arm curling over the top of the tyre. My engineer brother explained exactly why that is. I can't remember it, of course. But it makes sense. Makes it a little bit difficult to put a taller tyre on is about the biggest problem. But it's all to do with the amount of suspension travel, because I think you'll find for the first time the Can-Am's had 22 inches of wheel travel in each corner. This is more trophy truck. It's got longer travel at the rear of these side-by-sides than the front. So a little bit more wheel travel, enabling them to have that little bit better handling when they leave the ground, leaves the rear constantly driving forward. For being a four-wheel drive, there's a lot of times you'd think these things would end for end when they jump, nose diving, but the four-wheel drive front diffs activated and pulled the car back down again. So there's a lot of really good, very close endo vision out there on YouTube if you want to look up the history of side-by-sides. Here comes the greening machine, Shane Greening in the 1008 Sports Light. That's all right. That's great. Yeah. Cheers. Thank you. The one thing we wanted to say is thank you to all our officials looking after the other officials. Handing over some munchies to me here from the Barkla Disco Diner. The Simon Baker has a double bite at the U-turn here. And the Baja Silhouette Pro Buggy. Getting lost in his own dust, I think, there for a fraction of a second. Coming at us now is the 5351 Motorsport. That designates the postcode here. I think it's Williamstown. I think it's Williamston. One of the two. It's out near Gawler. I'll look it up in a minute. I keep getting it wrong. They keep punching me in the arm, telling me to get it right. But the 253, father of Sam Vanstone there, was out here yesterday but had a few problems. Sorry to see the Volkswagen not out today. With Sam going quite well as a pro light. And as here comes the Jamaica Express. The 69 of Ben McNamara, the creator of the latest racetrack here in South Australia, the Jamaica Off-Road Racing track out there at Tumby Bay. Shout out to all the McNamaras that are at home there, them eagerly waiting for any opportunity to view their man behind the steering wheel. Well, he's doing a great job out there. Saw Natalie liking something and the rest of the family stuck out there. They keep breeding. These farmers, they know how to reproduce. They all start at a very young age out there. But they'll be pretty proud of their dad today. Ben's absolutely getting the most out of this vehicle. So Riley McNamara was liking some posts early this morning. Pretty keen to see the Jamaica Express, as I'd call it, out there on track. That was the 699 to Michael Parham and Steve Moulder and their side-by-side Can-Am X3, thanks to A1 Pool and Paving, Priority 1 sponsor. And also the business of the driver. What a coincidence. Well, a great way to get your name out there. A lot of people making it a challenge for me to gather all of this information. It is not readily available online. If anyone goes and has a look at offroadracing.com.au online to go and look at their, it's all shut down. Yeah, all the stuff is only new with offroadracing.com.au Facebook page belonging to Toby Cooper. G'day, Toby. Another of our Air Peninsula drivers, showing that he really does know how to steer. A lot of local support there for Stephen Schultz, the 1085. So said it's his first race weekend. One of many, I would say, in the tiny built machine. And here comes another single-seater waiting. David Adams in the Desert Rat DR1. He's got the 2.4-litre Honda four-cylinder motor powering that machine, whereas the tiny built, of course, is the motorcycle engine. So two different aspects there. The K motor was designed by a Japanese genius, I believe. So not a bad one. I saw also the J motors, I think. So don't quote me on that one. But they have been absolute screamers. I remember Karen and Bowie Graham having their sports light coming out there with a Honda, and wow, did that impress on debut there. And it's still a very, very fast sport light, constantly keeping up in the outright positions. As is this car with its history, the 621. That's Jody Veron and Cindy Carthew. You'll find both of them at Loveday 4x4 Park tomorrow. Cindy lives near the entrance to the park. And Jody lives out the back there in the transporter with Tony. Ready on hand to provide any of your needs up there at Loveday 4x4 Park. Said if you really enjoy this and you want to get up there next week, I think they'll be open. It's very unusual that the place is closed, but you'll guarantee it's either they've got some manufacturers doing some secret testing or they're out racing off-road. But either way, get onto their websites and see a whole lot of history up there. I reckon I saw South Aussie with Cozzy up there just recently. Why? Well, his parents owned the property. He grew up on Loveday 4x4 Park. Wasn't called it then, but it is now. 14 kilometres of riverfront if you want to get up there and camp. That's Matt Ridley going past on a 1088 sports light. So we've got a whole gaggle of single-seaters there, a trifecta. Is in the background there, creating 2 new tyre grooves in every section of the track he goes over. It's Toby Waitley with Simon Herman pointing the way as usual. Very successful team, these two. Disappearing into dust there somewhere. Definitely the wind starting to pick up in speed. Starting to, I've got the few holes in the building that I'm in here. And when the speed, when the air picks up, it whistles. So I'm starting to get a few more whistles if you hear them in the background as Toby Waitley leans the Loveday chassis 001 for Loveday Adventure Park sideways. Kicks the car, kicks out to the right as he makes the first corner after completing his lap. But what makes it more interesting is that's bitumen underneath there. So a few spectators listening to a bit of tyre squeal, I'd say. So great job from our officials here this weekend, as we can see Adam's aerial service. The drone is telling him, fly home for a new battery. Great thing that it doesn't fall out of the sky. And here comes Tony Waitley doing his best to catch Toby, but I don't think he's getting that close. The 6-1-2-1. Plenty another lap. You see our event director walking around there. If he wouldn't mind coming over and letting me know some inside information on what he's planning, would be pretty good. And I can let the people around the planet know how the event is going to be run the rest of the day. Yes, the big green building here, Darren Boots. I think he's mystified by a twerking starter. So you get a quiet moment out there. Get out to the Disco Diner. Brenda Barclay and team over there doing a great job preparing all the munchies today. You probably hear something in the background there. That's me. A lot of dust out there. We're hoping very much that our drone can resist the high breezes. We've seen a prediction up to 59, 60 kilometres an hour for the wind this afternoon, according to the Bureau of Meteorology. Here comes a 1008. Shane Greening, absolutely flying in his Autocraft Magnum. Great character up there in Alice Springs Off-Road Club. Shout out to all the boys up there. Simon Baker doing his best to fight through the greening dust. After having 2 leaks from his fuel tank before the race meeting, he had a big smile on his face this morning. Having a ball out there in the Baja silhouette machine. Here's the Sportslight 1052. Sam Vanstone. And he's throwing up the dust at the Jamaica Express there. I think Ben's having a bit of trouble breaking through that dust, no surprise. Distinctive horsepower difference between the 2 cars, but if you can't pass safely, you don't want to risk all that machinery. There's no massive cash prize for beating anybody else here. We're all competing for wood and plastic, as they used to say. All about having fun. And out here, you have bucket loads of fun. Off-road racing. Someone will definitely tell you that. Steve Schultz and his single-seater, he's still chasing down. Side by side here coming past us. This is Michael Parham, Steve Mulder. All this first-year racers doing great things in the sport. And that screaming Suzuki Hayabusa motor of Steve Schultz. Passing the commentary box here. Keeping the other single-seater of David Adams at bay. The Scooters and Mobility Adelaide machine doing its best to keep up with the dust of Steve Schultz. There was a trio of single-seaters before.
Don't know if that's the same. Right, Jody, we're on coming through there in the 621 Can-Am Mavic X3. Hear me straining in the background here. That's me trying to change batteries. Did see Matt Ridley there before. Here he is. So Jody Veron or has passed, caught Matt. Well, Matt's had a bit of a stop. Car sounding good. Oh, getting a bit wide there. But here comes our first finisher. The Loveday 4x4 park machine. Saby Waitley. Simon Herman. Thundering past there in their rush truck / Loveday machine. So I said I'd like to thank Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. Sam Vanstone goes through there, off onto his third lap. So they thank Loveday 4x4 Park, SPH Engineering Light Force, ARB Off-Roading Online, and Ronco Motors. And don't forget, 5 p.m. Next through should be Tony Waitley, I reckon. And can make Maverick XR. Sorry about the slamming door there. What a whole heap of fantastic racing we've got continuing in front of us here. What about Tony Waitley go past? Here comes the greening machine. Here comes the 921. Well done to Simon Baker. Michael Lesky helping steer that machine to another 3-lap completion. Probably missed Tony Waitley there. So I keep appealing to our officials here. Someone could take a photo of any of these details and send it through to me. Be very much appreciated. Coming in now to complete their 3rd lap, it's the Jamaica Express, the Honey Badger, Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe. Completing their 3 laps. Almost getting lost in his own dust there, I think, trying to find the entry to the pits. Pretty keen to go for another lap, I'd say. So well done to the Jamaica Off-Road Race team. Well, unfortunately, looks like he did miss the last corner there. He did want to go for another one. Here comes Michael Parham, Stephen Mulder and their Can-Am Maverick X3 side-by-side turbo-powered machine. Another great finish for them here at Port Germein. Well, it's a battle of the single-seaters coming in front of us again now. All these single-seaters were all nose to tail almost a couple of laps ago. After lap 1, now we're coming to the completion of lap 3. Spread out a little bit. Steve Schultz was in front of this gaggle. But I can't see him on camera at the moment. I can see the single-seater here of David Adams, the 107.4, coming in the last few corners. Yep, David Adams, thanks to Scooters Mobility Adelaide, SBH Engineering, Mike's Shock Shop and Proud Race Engines. Coming through to complete his third lap here, the MiniPave 250 Sunday edition. See the other single-seater of Matt Ridley coming into view, but we're missing Stephen Schultz. As Jodie Veron got in front of them, and here she comes to finish with Cindy Carthu. Great drive once again, Jodie Veron. Yeah, here goes Matt Ridley, the Reds Racing Frame Joker, complete his third lap. Well done. And here comes Sam Vanstone, the Ridge Racing Frame two-seater buggy. Thanks to Chook's Custom Graphics and Barossa Earthworks. Successfully off to the pits. Hearing on recovery there that 6121. I had a quick run to the evolution block, so I didn't miss Tony at all. Got a bit of a problem out there in the Can-Am. So hope they can get it fixed. Yes, that's I've just listened to recovery on the radio here, and they said they've finished. And that would make sense to me. Few teething problems here. Taught recovery myself. Here we go.
Okay, ready to start the.
Attention, any of recovery guys. Anyone want to tell the organisers to get some information to the commentary box, please? Need some information in the commentary box. Thank you. Good old UHF recovery channel. Hopefully they can hear me. Getting a little bit quiet out there in track at the moment. See, the dust is cleared. Drone has landed. Our blonde is ready to twerk at the new starters. Got a lull here at the moment to wait for our competitors to line up for the next heat. 3 laps they've got to complete. Right, we're still waiting for our cars to come out on track there. I think I finally got the message across to our timing people that we need to know the results here in the commentary box. Just to let Darren Boots know that the event director used to visit me all the time with all the latest information. Just something to put into your repertoire for next time is come and talk to the people that's talking to the most people around the planet. That's me in the green box. My name's on the door. You can send things via local social media, whatever you want to do. But please make sure you include me in the loop, so to speak. Speaking of looping, let's give a bit of a bit of quiet time there. Let's have a look at Big Bad BD and what he's been up to. You want to contact him? This is an ad we did for him a few years ago. And this is, of course, him off of the start line there at the old Wakery track, Duro Road. Okay, thank you very much to Susan Battersby for sending through some information for me. I have results for the 3 laps here today, I believe. And the fastest of our competitors have done 3 laps. Overall there, we're looking at out the front there, the Pro Buggy number 14 of Kyle Tucker. Combined time this morning, 3 laps, 10 minutes and 12 seconds per lap. Oh, that's not combined time. That's his race 3. Section time 30 minutes 34 seconds. He was doing 10-minute, 10-second laps. He was very consistent. A 10:10, a 10:11, and a 10-minute 12 for 3 laps today. Crow Light, number 136 of Matt Curtis, had a total section time of the 3 laps of 31 minutes and 40 seconds. He was down in the 10-minute a lap mark as well. The Pro Buggy there of Toby Ryman comes in 3rd for today's 3 laps so far, a 31-minute 56-second combined 3-lap time. He was in the 10 seconds. All these guys are. The 164 Pro Light of Darren Nissen, combined time of 31 minutes 56 seconds, absolutely matching the Pro Buggy of Toby Ryman in times. The Sports Light of Patrick Garrity, the IJA will be just pumped over there at Port Broughton with a total time of 32 minutes and 40 seconds for his 3 laps. Robbie Gataletta in the 83, total time of 32:49 seconds for his lap. And it's not bad. Joel Gataletta, total time of 32 minutes 52 seconds, only 3 seconds slower than his brother. Wow, that's great driving, fellas. The 137 of Richard Andrews, total combine of 33 minutes 32 seconds for those 3 laps. He was consistently in the 11-minute lap mark. And then Paul Tinger in the Sportslight 10:10, combined time 33 minutes 37 seconds, and he was in 11 minutes consistently for his 3 laps. So thank you very much for that information. Keep it coming, is what I say. And at last, we can have a look. And thank you for your patience online there and around the track. Got a lot of first-timers here still learning what things are doing and what's happening. It's on the start line now. We've got the world's greatest navigator being chauffeured, as he likes to call it, by Gavin Chantney Sportslight. It's a Southern Cross Mark IV. Built in 1997 by the legendary Tony Dawn. It's got a Honda 2.4 litre thanks to Summit Glass and Summit portable toilet and shower hire. Getting ready for a race start. The blonde is about to twerk. Rolls back his magnificent blonde locks. Gets the Daisy Dukes warmed. Ready. We're ready for a race start here. 3 laps. And they're off. Next on the start line, the 828. This is Jamie Parker with Gnomes Parker, his sister, navigating right next door. Under starter's orders. All right. Flag drops. Bit of an extra rev there as the bitumen gives a little bit of the tyres a bit more grip. Next on the start line, the 663 of Tim Lally, Southern Air Trailers, Mavic X3, Steve Dennis pointing the way. There they are, waiting to go. Won't be too far now. We'll have the drone back in the air. Flag drops, they're away. Next on the start line, it's Timothy Button. So a lot of people are saying he deliberately split his tank to give everyone else a chance here this weekend. He's so fast in his single-seater. Next on the start line, it's the 1069. It's Buff Zimbinski with his niece Mia alongside and the Striker buggy. 2-litre engine in the back of this one. Having an absolute ball, these guys. Flag drops, they're away. Next on the start line is the 256. Boomer the Buggy. This belongs to Team Taylor. Mark the driver, his son Ryder, the navigator. These guys have bucket loads of fun in their Mazda powered machine. And following them is Jed Bramley, the 244 machine. Bernard Gwynn just enjoying the twerking starter there. Does a bit of a moonwalk to get out the way. There they are on the start line. This car normally up Alice Springs way. Great to see it down here in Port Germein. They've got Exact Mining Services looking after them. Next on the start line, the 266. This is Tyson and Kaylee Battersby and an Oakley Buggy, sponsored by Melrose Motors. There they are. And it looks like our drone's back up in the air. Oops. There we go. Press that button. Now it looks better. Oh. And we've lost Big Bad BD at a battery low level. Just as we get 4 on screen, not to worry. The Commodore here of Dennis DeBrenny, ready to go. He's come a long way down from Alice Springs. Better give him sponsors. He's got a whole bucket load of sponsors as well. 19/47 Racing is their race team name. Janda Carpenters and Builders, Blue Dust Northern Territory, Brush Tech, Namco, Chris Neck Consulting, Paul Tech and NT Link Transportable Buildings. That's his dust there somewhere. We'll just go onto the drone, see what the drone can find for us. That's all our cars away by the look of it. Bit of a split screen there for you. Got the drone in one corner, a Big Bad BD searching through the dust for someone. Thank you to everybody out there in social media land for sharing the link to the live feed. Feel free to share it if you're watching it here locally. You can go home and watch it and find it easy to reference after we've completed the racing here today. We've got some ripper racing coming on screen. We've got Jamie Parker being chased by the drone at the moment. Yeah, the wind's just died down just a fraction at the moment. Still enough there to clear the dust for our races. The pit's enjoying a respite from the dust in the face at the moment. Well, we've got a quiet moment there. Go and frequent the Barclay Bar if you can. Have a go at the Brenda Barclay and the crew there at the Disco Diner and ask them for a delicious meal. Yum, yum, yum. Very tasty tucker to come out of the Disco Diner. Ask them the history of a lot of the seats and tables in the place. Looks like the drones managed to detect Timothy Button out there. So these guys will probably be all in the 11-minute lap time range. If you're playing from home with your stopwatch. That's a Honda screaming in the background there. That's the 1035 Southern Cross 4. Belonging to Gavin Chart, Summit Glass, Summit Shower and Toilet Hire Machine. So it's a superb facilities that the Barclays have created here. They've got hot showers, clean toilets. They've even got a spray facility set up to spray any mud off of your car. Full service workshop available with hoist if necessary. Great place to come racing. A lot of racers are taking advantage of that this weekend. Thanks once again to Ian and Brenda Barclay and their family for allowing us to play up here in Samphire Road. There we go, the Summit Glass machine off on another lap. Here comes the extreme four-wheel drive of Jamie and Naomi Parker. Here comes the side-by-side Can-Am Maverick X3. They've done a great job keeping the belt cool and the side-by-side turbo here. Tim Lally. And Steve Dennis and the Southern Air Trailer Supported Machine. Both over there coming up from the Air Peninsula. Their first race meeting, as far as I know, too. Having a great run. Such a relief to get your first race under your belt. Oh, here he comes. Timothy Button, representing Grog Runners Racing. Great to see him down here. He was down here spectating at last year's event. And this is a unique buggy. Never mean that means. Buggy model, buggy design, not entirely sure, but he had a two-seater, now kicked over to the single-seater. And great to see him getting some laps under his belt here. Here comes Buff Zimbinski, the 1069 striker machine. Coming around to complete his first lap. It's a 256 Cobra. Mark Taylor with his son Ryder. I do believe Ian Barkler especially cleared the track of any bunting. Quite a few races the past years, they seem to appear from nowhere, picking bunting out of trees and other places. But no bunting on the back of that buggy today. That's the 244 Super 1650. Jed Bramley, Bernard Gwynn sitting alongside. Having a great run there. Thanks to Alice Tourist Parker, I can read on that, and Exact Mining Services. Don't forget, send all your promo information through to me. I'm building up my own personal library of it to be able to make my calling a little bit easier. But thanks to Susan Battersby for sending through some more information for me. What have I got now? What have I got here? Oh, I've got all the overalls, have I? Or lap 3 to the moment. Here comes another two-seater Class 10. It's the 266. That's the Battersbys. Tyson and Kaylee. And the Oakley Buggy, thanks to Melrose Motors. So having a look down here, we got Tony Waitley had a DNF with his buggy, unfortunately, missed the last lap. Staying with Stephen Schultz, he missed out on his last lap too. Very close, fellas. Sorry to hear that. Other lap times here. Sam Vanstone has obviously got some problems. A 17-minute 31 seconds for his last third lap. David Adams was in the 13-minute last lap too. Trying to read all this here. Matt Ridley, 11-minute 54 last lap. Jody Veron, a 12:01 for her last lap. Constantino did 11:55 the first one. Shane Greening is in the 11-minute lap time. Last lap was 11:47. Michael Parham and his side-by-side. 11-minute 43 last lap for him. 921 of Simon Baker, their last lap, 11:34. The 69 of Ben McNamara had a last lap time of 11:19. Sports Lighter Paul Tinger at 11:08. They're all completed as Dennis DeBrenny comes around with his Commodore. Can't really get more Australian than that, can you? Commodore and a V8. Awesome. So just running through just quickly to give you an idea of where people are standing here today with 3 laps. This is just 3 laps for today. It's not combined times with yesterday. So today's fastest was the 14 Pro Buggy Kyle Tucker. Second fastest was the Pro Light there of Matt Curtis. The third fastest is the Pro Buggy of Tony Ryman. Then the 164 of Darren Nissen comes up in fourth. Extreme two-wheel drive trucker Toby Waitley, even though with a different heat, is coming to fifth in the corrected time for today. The 1009 Sports Lighter Patrick Garrity next with the Pro Buggies, number 83 and number 96 of the Gadaletta Twins. Next place was the Pro Buggy there of Brett Rogers, 95, and the 137 Richard Andrews. Then Paul Tinger there next after that. So we got Ben McNamara, the Pro Buggy Simon Baker, side-by-side turbo. This is all just 3 laps today. Plus we've got a whole heap of cars still out there that can throw the catamounts of pigeons in terms of today's times, but it all depends on what you did yesterday. So I can see why they're having a few teething problems over there. It's a little bit hard to read, but very happy, and thank you very much for sending the information to the box here. We've had a great number on social media staying with us all day today. Absolute huge amount of people will watch this coverage after it's completed. Looking for something on a Sunday night. Be all very excited to be able to fast forward, press mute, only watch what they want to watch. It's the beauty of social media. Hope you got YouTube Premium. Higher quality vision, no ads. Oh, excuse me. The dust does get in. Footing up some big plumes of dust there is the 1035 Sports Light. Gavin Chance steering that machine. I'm sure it was under specific instruction from the world's greatest navigator, Ian Budgie Langsford. You just say throw it sideways now. There's just that little bit extra moisture in that part of the berm to be able to kick off of. Such is the man's intimate knowledge of this racetrack. Of course, they're leading this heat moment. Should be their second lap, I'd say. And here they come. The Summit glass and Summit portable showers and toilet machine. Not letting them get too far ahead is the extreme four-wheel drive of Jamie and Naomi Parker, running bonnetless today. Here comes the sound of a side-by-side. This one belonging to Tim Lally. Stephen Dennis pointing the way. And that's not the way they wanted it to point. Just a gentle roll over there. Recovery on their way pretty quickly. Second car to tip it over there in front of us this weekend. Relatively low speed corner. Looks like they're instructing them to stay in the car. We'll just tip you back over. Making sure they're all right, of course. Yep, just instructing the recovery to attach a snatch strap, as they call them, and we'll just pull the car back onto its wheels. They're pretty tough, these machines. I do remember that car going over on its roof here before, actually, in the hands of a different owner. But that was over at the spectator area. There you go. Didn't even need the snatch and strap when you've got enough manpower. Boink. Is there all the suspension still working? Generally, you'll just want the oil to drain back into the correct places in the engine. You can see a lot of the experienced experience there of the safety crew getting ready to pull this car off the track. They can have a good look over the vehicle to make sure it's all right. It's not too far and you've got another lap to go. Other cars wisely being pulled over and told to short course across the finish line. Here goes a 106.9 off on their last lap. And Timothy Button right in behind there. His single-seater. And well done to our officials team, fast and efficiently getting the cars off the track, as you can see. Super 1650 or 256 being directed across. Mark Taylor. Now the car's safely out of harm's way. Just need to get all the officials out the way now. We've got the medical crew checking out one of their drivers. Whenever you roll over, you get a test carried out by the ambulance people. They'll generally cart you away, ask you a few questions, make sure you're okay. So it looks like they've not going to be rejoining the race right now, but all okay. As I said, the ambulance, just a precautionary move, part of the obligation, duty of care here. And here the Bramley machine, the 244, getting away around the corner, no troubles at all. Continue on to their last lap. Great job done by our recovery crew there. Flying into us now is the Battersby machine, the 266 Super 1650 Oakley buggy. The Bats Racing team machine. Pretty oblivious to what's just been happening around the place. Yeah, the Tim Lally, Stephen Dennis side by side. Seem to remember the previous owner racing here for the first time, rolling it over in front of the spectators there. And same with these guys, the first time in this buggy. So might it be an initiation test? I don't know what the buggy thinks. But the side-by-side, super tough machines there. You can see just squashing a little bit of aluminium in the roof there, but you'll generally find cars are pretty tough. See being looked over there in the pits. See Ben McNamara filming the occasion there, looking for a quick interview. Well, I think you find that Ben McNamara made a Sunday night highlight reel when he rolled it a couple of years ago. Looks like the new owners are going to make the highlight reel as well. It's only me that got it on camera this time, though. The drone was in the wrong position. Coming out of the dust is the black Commodore, Dennis Dobreni, hooking into all of the wheel ruts that are out there now, using them to help steer, confidently giving it everything over the road, jump in front of us. The rear end loves pogo sticking on this car a little bit. But that doesn't matter as long as it keeps rotating in the forward direction. They're having absolute loads of fun in that car. Just straight away by how high the front looks, it's Will standing from the standing start, that's for sure. And here to complete their third lap, the 10:35 of Ian Budgie lengths with the world's greatest navigator, pointing Gavin Chart in the right direction. The Summit Glass, Summit portable showers and toilet machine. Big thumbs up there from Budgie. Not far behind the 828 Extreme full drive machine. Coming through for a finish, the Parkers, the brother and sister team, Jamie and Naomi. Great to see them get a finish under their belt. Not a blown different sight. And coming through the 109 striker buggy of Bush Zimbinski and me, Zimbinski, uncle and his niece. Congratulations to them. Getting their 3 laps complete here today. They'll be pretty happy, the 2-litre machine back to the pits there. And flying up now to 256 Cobra buggy. Team Taylor. Boomer the buggy, it's called. Mark and Ryder. Throwing it into the last corner. Spitting as much dirt as they could over Big Bad BD's GoPro there. Shout out to all the other videographers around the track cleaning those GoPros. We saw you. Thank you. And here he comes, Alice Springs' finest single-seater driver, according to Timothy. Yes, it's Timothy Button. The 2021 single-seater. Wow, where would he have been if he wasn't delayed with fuel tank issues? Had to patch it twice, but they got it working now, so well done to Timothy Button, putting on a great show here for us. Next for a finish here will be Jed Bramley with Bernard Gwynn alongside. All the way from Alice, thanks to Zach Mining first, and Alice Springs Tourist Park. Now here comes the 266 of Tyson and Kaylee Battersby in this Oakley buggy, the Super 1650. Getting a fist pump and a twerk from our flag waving official. So if that's 3 laps for everyone today, are we now lining up for the South Australia versus Northern Territory Challenge? Separate event 2, the MiniPave 250 in terms of outright results. It's usually teams, or it was last year, it was 2 teams of 2 buggies or off-road race cars. Lining up, and you had 1 car starting from the start finish here and 1 halfway along the track there to run through rather quickly. Let's hope that they can do that, because the IGA up there at Port Broughton has put up some cash for the winner. So Dennis DeBrenny coming in. Only a few kilometres to go for the Commodore. Be a great result for that 19/47 race team. Finding its way through the dust. This is the funny thing, it's probably their own dust they've put up there that's blowing across on them. It's rather disconcerting when in a race car, wondering, is that someone I'm catching? Or quite a few of the tracks have got really long U-turns, and it's a little bit different to see the dust coming back at you. But here you go, well done to the Dennis and Jamie DeBrenny for finishing the MiniPave 250 long course. Don't think we've all got 250 kilometres to this weekend, but definitely got some quality race time out there on a quality track here at Samphire Road, Port Germein, the Barclays property. There's his old race car, the Beast of Bourbon. Flat Broke Racing, that was the name of the team. I'm just thinking of afterwards, Beast of Bourbon. Bourbon. So we're going to be hanging on here live. We really hope that the information comes through to us. things going a little bit quiet around the racetrack now. Trying to sort out what we're going to do next here. I've seen a quick look on Facebook there and seen Paddy Garrity stating he's got one more race to do. So we're still patiently waiting here for officials to pass on the information. What's happening next? Just finding some of the 2023 ads. The old equipment I never got to run.
for organising a lot of stuff. And yeah, just a great day. And thanks for coming.
Thanks.
stay with us online there. We'll let you know as soon as we do what's going on out there. Having a big, of course, all the batteries run out of my hands-free mic set up here. But bear with us. As soon as we can get some officials to take notice of us, we'll pass this information on. Apologies. We're still learning how to run the event here in Port Germein. They're doing a great job overall, I'll tell you, but, unfortunately, we seem to be forgotten about a fair bit this weekend. I'm sure we'll get all that sorted for next time. I envisage that we'll have the presentation for you live. So if you're away, you have to go, you can tune into that. I think should be totally back on now. Yes. So I'm hearing a whole lot of cars warming up, which is positive. Don't know exactly what for. I will find out. I can see some officials outside there, so I'll just turn everything off. We'll see if I can get some information for you. Well, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Thank you very much to Susan Battersby for informing me that we're now going to have 3 more heats of 3 laps for all of our race cars. Then we might be ahead of the famous runoff. So don't go anywhere, people. Hopefully Action Adam's got all of his drones programmed or recharged. Got the generator going like crazy because we've got another 3 heats to get through. So I've just seen the top boys lined up. Normally we'd be finishing probably around this time, but not today. It's going to be a late one. So coming out onto the start line now, it's a 14. Kyle Tucker. Thanks, SC Tucker Transport. Jimco 2000 in black. Can be first back out on the track. There you go. Pressing too many buttons trying to get things going here. I've been talking to myself, unfortunately. Paul Tinger there going away. Trying to coordinate all the crew. Now we know we've got another 3 laps for 3 heats for all our competitors out there. Next on the start line is the 137. Thanks to Ronco Motors, it's the Waftam S&S race frame Pro Light with a Nissan VQ35 motor. This is Rich Andrews with his daughter Jamie. Patiently waiting to start here today. So all of our competitors on track there. If you missed it there, we had Kyle Tucker for SC Transport go out. Thanks to Susan Battersby for sending through some information there. I can see why they're a little confused there. It's very confusing, some of the paperwork that's issued. But after them, we had the Pro Light Buggy of 136, the Filmer Delivery Special of Matt Curtis. Toby Ryman in the 80 was after that. The Scorpion Buggy, thanks to Newry Traders and Ministry of Beer. Next up, we should have had Toby Waitley, but we didn't see him out there. We had the 164 of Darryl Nissen out there, thanks to Niscare. We had Patrick Garrity, the 1009, go out. And Robbie Gattaletta and Joel Gattaletta out in there, Jimco champions. And then we saw Rich Andrews go out there. Slight audio problem, all sorted now. Thanks, everyone, for sending through the contact to let me know. It's been a bit of an issue here for us, the audio all weekend, but hopefully it's all working hunky-dory now. Adams Aerial Services doing a great job as usual, hunting through the dust. There's his base, you can see. There's a quick flyover, probably going to catch up with our leaders at any moment. These are the fastest cars on outright time. I'm not sure what's happened to Toby Waitley, but you can see Kyle Tucker coming in here. Definitely sets off the old audio, that car. The backfires. Oh, huge jump there over the spectator jump. You can see he's absolutely asking for every bit of forward acceleration from this car. You see the rear kicking to the left, kicking to the right as it gets more grip this side, that side. getting used to handling the awesome power in these machines. Imagine, to putting it into a bitumen sense, if you were able to just go and buy a Formula One race car and hop in it, there's pretty much, you're going to have a fairly long learning curve to be able to drive it. Very similar here to a pro buggy. That's why a lot of people recommend a side-by-side or a Super 1650 or even a Pro Light to be able to get used to how the cars react to the track and what have you. As the number 80, Toby Ryman goes through. The Scorpion 1987 V6 Turbo Volvo, the only Volvo I know of that's in off-road racing. They like to be different, the Rymans. Hello, shout out to Michael and Brett and the rest of the clan there. Michael, improved production racer, and Brett keeping them all fed or watered at the Ministry of Beer. Here comes the 137. Yep, it is indeed Matt Curtis. Storming past fulfillment delivery, Kapunda 4x4, Priors Automotive, Barossa Earthworks, and Ronco Engineering. Great perspective from our drone pilot, Adams Aerial Services, just keeping his drone above the dust. Still getting a great perspective of the cars coming through here, and this is the 164. The reddy orange buggy belonging to Daryl Nissen. Shown the way by Andrew Harness, but I'm sure Daryl's got a pretty good idea of the 20-kilometre track here. A lot of people don't even need navigators, but you definitely need those set of eyes to keep an eye on the gauges behind you. And if you do get into trouble, it makes it a lot easier to get a car if the track you've got two of you pushing. And here comes the 95 of Brett Rogers. Brett Richardson alongside. I'd like to thank Advanced Viticulture and Management, Springton Hotel, Regal Concrete, Central Park, Central Truck Tyres, Springfield Park, and you can't miss it in pure white there, 5 p.m. The Ridge Racing Frame Joker heading away from us there. Absolutely pushed to the limit. This car, I don't think's ever had any time where it was driven gently. And here comes the fastest supermarket proprietor in off-road racing. Yes, this is the Pro Light. The screaming Suzuki Hayabusa powered Pro Light, tiny built GSX RR2 of Patrick Garrity. So I read it out before, but you couldn't hear me. We'd like to thank Port Broughton, IGA, BHG, Jetcore, Exact Contracting, Think Water, Elevate Construction, Chambers Engineering, Smart Off-Road Mechanical, Velity Motorsport, FST Suspension Tuning, Industry Coating Solutions, and PVG Contracting. Just a shout out to anyone that's got the munchies. The canteen is closing at 2 o'clock. They have sold out of all the munchies, basically. So get what you can while you can. Thanks very much to the Brenda Barclay and family over there for keeping everyone fed. It's a flat-out operation. They've been scooping heaps and heaps of fluids to keep up with it. Very hot environment, very much appreciated. So it's been declared it's going to be shut down in a half an hour's time. So if you can get over there and grab what you can, that'll be fantastic. At the Barclays Disco Diner. And here comes Joel Guttoletta. Thanks to Guttoletta Steel Fabrication, Australian steel detailers. The Jimco champion through for their first lap. The last lap of 3 in the MiniPave 250 for 2024. We're seeing a distinctive increase in wind velocity. I've got a recovery vehicle with a white flag in front of me here. It's been the windsock to me today. Here comes the Spitwater Express. Thanks to Professional Tree Service Adelaide and Border Blasting, this is Paul Tinger and his Sports Light, Bull End Motorsport, 2.4 litre Southern Cross Mark 5 with Daniel Kelsey, as he likes to be called, pointing the way. Very much looking like taking out the South Australian Motorsport Australia State Championship this afternoon with all these points. Huge effort there. Here comes the 137. Rich Andrews. The Waftam Express. Don't forget, if you didn't hear me earlier, the canteen, the Barclays Disco Diner, shutting down at 2 o'clock. So whatever they've got left, get out there and grab it now. Basically declaring sold out in the munchies. It's a huge effort. They'll be distributing the tasteless shoe leather next, but I don't recommend that at all. So next stop after that will be one of our event sponsors, Perry's, out there on the Augusta Highway near Port Pirie. Coming in to finish his lap here, the flying Jimco, Kyle Tucker, absolutely leaping from our last jump here in this lap, kicking the rear end sideways, coming through. The 14 looking the goods here today. Looked pretty fast at Loveday for his first time in this car and absolutely cementing a positive reputation as a quality driver without a doubt there. So don't mind any ooh and ah noises. Just going to change another battery here. We do have everything hard powered, but it's also batteries still play a part in putting this transmission together. Such is the fun of being in a remote location. Here comes Toby Ryman, the 80 Volvo powered machine, distributing some more dust for us. Having a great run there today. Once again in the Scorpion, his dad's old car. You can see our drone has landed. Going to go get another battery change. Meanwhile, Matthew Curtis comes past under his second to last lap. Carol Nissan screaming past us now. CBR number 95, the Chev Reds Racing fame Joker machine coming through there. And absolutely screaming Hayabusa engine there of Paddy Garrity. Now, if he wasn't racing, he'd be flying back to Port Broughton IGA to get some more munchies for everyone. Thank you very much to Port Broughton IGA for their support over the weekend. Last year, the Disco Diner ran out on Friday night. They couldn't believe the amount of people wanting to eat here. And this year they got extra amount and they've still run out here on Sunday afternoon. It wasn't anticipated we'd be racing much past this, so it was very well calculated by the Barclay team. So thanks again to Port Broughton IGA in collaboration with Perry's out there at the Tin Man. So on your way home, stop off at the Perry's Tin Man just near Port Perry if you're going that way. They got plenty of munchies to keep you going. So coming into view now on the Gataletta cars. Yeah, that's Robbie Gataletta. Absolutely storming along there. Wind speed picked up significantly as temporarily parked their drone. And of course, as things would happen, Big Bad BD running out of battery power as well. Here comes our Sports Light. Second fastest to Paddy Garrity this weekend. Still going to take a whole heap of points home with him. The screaming Nissan VQ35 naturally aspirated buggy of Rich and Jamie Andrews. Heading off for one more lap here at the MiniPave 250. Please embrace many of our business partners at UBC running in the corner of our screen. Please let them know that you saw their contribution to the MiniPave 250. It all definitely goes a long way to help run the event here. So apparently the liquid refreshments are still available, the Barclay Bar, but they will be shutting down the Disco Diner in a quarter of an hour's time. Definitely the wind picking up and distributing a lot of the dust, which has already been picked up and distributed. But here comes Kyle Tucker And the Pro Buggy provisional winners of the 2024 MiniPave 250. Don't forget, everything I say is provisional. Don't take it. I know exactly what's going on. There's a whole lot of procedures that go into this, but congratulations for SC Tucker Transport, Kyle Tucker, Ian Wedding, and the 6-litre Chev, the Jimco 2000. Pretty wrapped with that result. I know that his father will be chuffed. Absolutely huge. Great result there for the team. Unfortunately, Simon was going to be racing here, but had to do a last-minute pull-out. Too much Gundy 400 gunk in the car. Probably the best way of describing it. So it looks like the wind speed might be favourable for our drone now. Action Adam, very experienced RC pilot. And he's away. Absolute unique perspective. Having a look at this track from the air, everybody loves it because everyone's used to ground shots. Maybe we made a gantry for Wakery a number of years ago. People didn't know what the structure was hanging off the side of the Enduro Road. We got them coming, we got them going. Speaking of going like the clappers here is the 80 buggy. Toby Ryman. I'm old enough and been in the sport long enough to have seen Toby grow up. And congratulations to him finishing thanks to Nuri Traders and the Ministry of Beer. And of course, his Mrs. Sarah, who's a major sponsor. But Craig Redding sitting alongside in the Scorpion today. Great partnership, those guys having some victories here early in the year. As another congratulations goes out to the Filmer Delivery Motorsport team. Yes, that is the 136 of Gary Curtis. And Grant Pryor, thanks to Filmer Delivery, Kapunda 4x4, Pryor's Automotive, Barossa Earthworks, and Ronco Engineering. That Pro Light powered by a 3.5 litre Nissan GCR Rhino, built in 2013 by his dad. Congratulations to that team. Another great race there. Next coming around here is the ever-screaming Daryl Nissen, Landrew Harness, thanks to Niscare. The Boss Buggy about to take the checkered flag. Great drive. If you're looking for any information on the event there on Facebook, look up the MiniPave 250 Facebook page. Lots of inside information and details of cars and drivers, links to other places. But having an absolute storming MiniPave 250 is this man right here, Paddy Garrity, and his new to 2024 tiny built GSX R2. It's a single-seater screamer powered by a Suzuki Hayabusa engine. incredibly hard for our spectators here at the track at the moment. See the drone hard on the 2BR Ridge Racing Frame Joker machine. Trying their best to see through the dust, but it's a bit difficult. But here he comes in the screaming tiny built machine. Put your hands together. What a great drive here as he pushing it to the limit. Patrick Garrity, better known as Paddy, thanks to Port Broughton IGA, BHG, Jetcore, Exact Contracting, Thinkwater, Elevate Construction, Chambers Engineering, Smart Off-Road Mechanical, Velity Motorsport, FST Suspension Tuning, Industry Coating Solutions, and PVG Contracting. Great drive there, Paddy. Coming out of the dust now, our next finisher, the 2BR race car. That's the two Bretts. Congratulations. Another great finish from these guys. Brett Rogers, Brett Richardson. I'd like to thank Advanced Viticulture and Management, Springton Hotel, Regal Contract, and Central Track Tyres, Springfield Park, and of course 5 p.m. And in the background there, I reckon that could be one of the Gataladas almost nose to tail here. So that was Joel just ahead of Robbie, both in Jimco champions. Both like to thank Gataletta Steel Fabrication, Australian Steel Detailers, and Robbie especially, Fennel Pastoral. Congratulations to those guys. Alan Fennel navigating in the 83, Frank Gataletta in the 96. Great to see the boys so close together. They'll be have some pretty good discussions back at home tonight, I'm sure. Now, coming up now, the 1010, Paul Tinger and Daniel Kelsey, the Southern Cross Mark V buggy, constructed in 2005. 2.4-litre engine, highly likely to be a Honda. Here they come for a finish. Congratulations, Paul Ting on the 1010. Here comes another VQ35 Screamer. Congratulations to Rich Andrews and his daughter Jamie. The Ronco Engineering. S&S Race Frames. Buggy home. Completed enough laps in the MiniPave 250. The Waftam machine. Rolling back into the pits now. Looks like our drone is running out of batteries again. The old green laser beam guiding the drone home. As I said before, Action's got to run this on sport mode, which takes off the collision avoidance system, but gives us maximum speed, and you need all of that when you're dealing with a high-speed wind like we have here today. As I said, predicted up to 59, 60 kilometres an hour. Only going to get stronger as the day progresses. And there's a few little holes along this ex-medical building. The way they had it all caged up because it was in the middle of nowhere. So there's a whole lot of drill holes through this still. And you can probably hear them whistling in the background. I've got it all closed up. But that's a definite indicator the speed has increased. Angus Schiller asking me, do I know the standing currently? No. No, I don't. Susan Battersby's been sending me the occasional results page, which has been fantastic, very much appreciated. But no, I don't know, but I'm pretty much certain that it's going to be pretty hard to beat the 14, the 80, and the 137 or 136 Pro Light. I think that might be your top three, but don't quote me on that. I can hear behind us Heat 2 cars warming up. Down the bottom right of your screen, you can enjoy some highlights from 2023 MiniPave 250, along with 2024 business partners. As soon as these guys line up, I shall kick the cameras over to show you the next group of racing. I think we're just waiting for a couple of out on track there. as I said, if you want to have a look at the MiniPave 250 Facebook page, you'll find Monday's expert. That's not me. A lot of people think that it's Ian Barclay. It's not Ian Barclay either. I've got it on pretty good information that this Monday's expert, who should put his name to these things, he drives the buggy number 256. So if you have any beef with what's been written, I think you know which buggy you want to visit. He's been doing it for a number of years here, and he's still resisting putting his name to the text. But that's the fun. Ian Barclay's got a sense of humour and doesn't mind stirring people up. But there's a lot of inside information to see how good the quality of information was. Anything written by me or my crew will have our name proudly put to it. Send me a message, Action. Well, it's starting to get pretty blowy out here right now. I've had to, our drone operator, Adams Aerial Services, has called it on the drone. It's just too windy for him. He's just going through batteries too quick, and his equipment is starting to get damaged in this wind. So thanks very much to Adams Aerial Services. He's going to pack up quickly and come out and swing on one of the cameras next to me. Make it a little bit more interesting as we go through these last 6 laps here, and then be able to cover the challenge after that. I'm still guessing it's happening. We're still having some communication problems here from a lot of people. The wind is blowing away a lot of what's being said through the speakers at the moment. Probably one of the safer options there to tune in on Big Bad BD's YouTube channel to know what's going on. But be guaranteed all of our officials are doing their level best to keep entertained, as well as give everybody their money's worth for their entry fee here this weekend. Looks like we'll all be hanging around a little bit later than what we expected, but hey, that's all right. In the old days there, we wouldn't even have a half a chance of leaving before 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday. Many a time getting home pretty late in the evening. But the traffic flow was usually a lot less, so it was a lot more comfortable drive home. Back in the old days, all we ever did on a Saturday was run the prologue. And there'd be time for people to fix their cars and get some help from others and prepare for the Sunday. Plus, it usually ended up in a pretty big party where everyone camped together on the Saturday night. Huge social occasion, enjoyed by many. And then all the racing would take part on Sunday, full stop. So with the pressures of business operation and employment these days, need people to get home safely so they've got some chance of some rest so they can get out and active on the Monday morning. A lot of people like Big Bad BD here and Adams Aerial Services have actually taken holidays from their employers to be able to bring this broadcast to you this weekend. And we thank them both very much for being out here. Poor old BD is going to be coughing and spluttering like crazy, breathing this much dust tonight, but he loves it. So not entirely sure what the hold up here is at the moment. I'll have a look-see outside, see if we can see what's going on. Looks very much like. And next heat is not far away from starting. Here we go. We have the 4, 2 and the 1. The extreme two-wheel drive of Toby Waitley and Simon Herman. Ready to go and make some more dust here. Next on the start line is the greening machine, the Pro Light, number 1008. Watercraft Magnum, thanks to RK Diesel Services, Alice City Tyre Power, Alice Hose Tech, Bob's Mob, AHT Towing, Chambers Engineering, P&V Panel Works, Outback Welding and Trailers, APJ Concrete, and TJ Signs. Next on the start line, the 1052. This, of course, is Sam Vanstone, with Brad Greer navigating this weekend. 2.4 litre Honda motor in the back of this Ridge race frame Joker, built in 2017, thanks to Chook's Custom Graphics and Barossa Earthworks. Next on the start line, the number 6-9. It's the Jamaica Express. Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe. Number 6 and the 9. Ben's a farmer. Third race in the new car, 7-litre Seg Motorsport Thumper. It's a honey badger, thanks to Tumby Bay Sandmines, Jamaica Feedlot, Turner Transport and EC3 Ursig Motorsport. And the Jamaica Off-Road Racing 2025, inviting you all and sundry to come up and enjoy the facilities there in Tumby Bay, South Australia. Next on the line, we've got the 699. Michael Parham, Stephen Mulder. Michael Landscaper, Stephen A. Manager. Thanks to A1 Pool Paving, Auto 1 Port Augusta, and SA Road Services. Next off, the 621. This is Jody Vernon and Cindy Carthew in the Can-Am Maverick X3 model. Thanks to Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park, ARB, SBH Engineering, Light Force, Ronco Motors, and Off-Roading Online. And 5 p.m. Our next starter, Matt Ridley. Is a Ridge Racing Chrome Joker. Yes, he is the man that makes these machines. Matt came up and had a chat to me the other day saying the hardest thing about this car is the launch. Such a small clutch being a motorcycle clutch. Once you get going, it's all good. So hence the double take to get her off the line there, because they're getting a huge amount of grip here from the MiniPave bitumen. This is right being laid in front of us here. I tell you what, it's blowing a gale now. You can see why Adams Aerial Services is packing up his equipment being blown sideways over there. Looks like Big Bad BD's able to pick up in the distance. Toby Waitley flying along in the rush truck. Out of the dust, you can hear the screaming V8. Yeah, lots of dust out there. Start-finish line still dusted. No one's gone past in a bit. Big Bad BD's completely dusted out over there. Cameras have a hard time trying to focus in that, but he's now been able to find the high-flying Loveday 4x4 park trophy truck. Getting all sorts of sideways there. Here comes Shane Greening. A 1008 Sports Light. Hammering along. And here comes the 1052. Sam Van Stone. Honda powered Sports Light. Absolute screamer motors. There goes the Jamaica Express, number 69. Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe getting faster every lap in this car. It's got a paddle shifter as well as a stick shift, this car. And coming from a side-by-side was a little unused to changing gears, but seems to be right on top of it now. Here comes the 699 of Michael Parham and Steve Mulder. Pushing there side by side to the limit there, climbing to the top of the booms. Absolutely flat out. Now, so you want the advantage of these side-by-side machines, you only have to concentrate, and it's a great way to learn how to drive before you get into an outright car of some description. This allows you the time to concentrate, to get every corner right, every braking point correct. Just one less thing to worry about in the short term, but here comes the 621. Jody Ronner and Cindy Carthew. Screaming towards us now is Matt Ridley. Looks like got some results here from Susan Battersby. I can see why they don't send them through to you. Rather confusing to know exactly what's what without any titles on it. The placings I've got here at the moment put the 80, Toby Ryman, in front of Kyle Tucker. I'm not sure whether that's today or what's going on there, but very confusing timing. No wonder they're having trouble relaying it. Apologies to everybody who's been waiting for the information, but yeah. I'll send a message off and see what I can find out. There's the 421 truck returning to the pits. Just been reading a whole lot of information there, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that. Didn't feel it go past me. Might be having another problem going back to their pit box. I can hear the trophy truck running behind me. Flying up to us now, the 1008 Sports Light, Shane Greening, flying through the dust there. Here comes Sam Vanstone. The 1052 Sports Light. Not real far behind him is the Jamaica Express, the 69 machine from Tumby Bay. Finding out what it's like to chase into the dust. It's a very good track to get practice on that this weekend, that's for sure. We've had little or no wind yesterday and extreme amount today. Unfortunately, most of it's been blowing westerly over us. So everyone's getting a lot of free dust. Here comes Michael Parham and his side-by-side machine. Going to head around and start on his lap, last lap for the MiniPave 250. There goes Jody Veron and Cindy Cartu onto their last lap for the MiniPave 250. Coming around here is Matt Ridley. in his pro light. Another motorcycle engine that's still screaming all day long, this car. Some serious fun to be had in that vehicle. Ridge Racing Frames. Look up Matt there. Tell you what, if you want to have a bit of a giggle in the pits there, Timothy Button and Paddy Garrity stirring each other there. I think Timothy Button's discovered the switch on the dash that was put on there. There was a bit of a giggle there. So it was to go slow switch, I believe it is. But the MiniPave 250 paying out Paddy Garrity, saying he actually finished the race. So a lot of shyacking and stirring going on around the place here. I even heard that Paddy Garrity had some pink-coloured underpants he wore for luck this weekend, but I'm not entirely sure about that story. Apparently, it was something in scrutineering found in someone's bag. Denies they own it there, but there's a certain guy that has a very funny sense of humour here at the Barclay clan. He could be called Barclay, you never know. But all in good fun. He doesn't have a lot of time to research and to type and all that sort of thing. So he gets a lot of other people to do some information and fact finding for him. But nothing like having a laugh amongst friends, is there? So I'm sure there'll be some more stories as time goes on. We're still going to have the SA versus Northern Territory Challenge. I'm not sure if that entirely involves just a tug of war of something, the two buggies attached to each other, and see which one can outpower the other one. I'm not entirely sure, just to save a bit of time. But we've been promoting it for a long time, this Northern Territory versus South Australia Challenge. One of the possible representatives for the Northern Territory coming towards us at the moment, I believe. Indeed, it's the Germein machine coming around for a finish. Congratulations to the Germein. Getting tired, aren't I? Shane Greening machine, the Autocraft Magnum built in 1997, thanks to RK Diesel Services, Alice City Tyre Power, Alice Hose Tech, Bob's Mob, AHT Towing, Outback Welding and Trailers, APG Concrete, TJ Signs. Great result for that car, that team. 2.4 litre Honda. And screaming at us now, thanks to Chook's Custom Graphics, Barossa Earthworks. It's Sam Vanstone. With Brad Greer sitting alongside this weekend. Congratulations to them, finishing the MiniPave 250. And here we go, so Jamaica Express. The 69, be pretty happy with that. It looks like he's been stuck in the dust there for quite a while. Congratulations to Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe. Thanks to Tumby Bay Sandmines, Jamaica Feedlots, Turner Transport, and EC3 Ersig Motorsport. That's an Ersig Honey Badger built this year. And they invite everyone to Jamaica Off-Road Race for 2025. I do believe they even put up a little video there earlier of their in-car footage. Look up the either Ben McNamara's Facebook page or the Jamaica Off-Road site. Not entirely sure, but I'm sure you'll be able to find it pretty quickly there. And here comes the 699. Michael Parham and Stephen Mulder for a lair finish of the MiniPave 250. Congratulations. Thanks to A1 Pool Paving, Auto 1 Port Augusta, and SA Road Services. Can-Am X3 home. You see in the distance here the sports light of Matt Ridley, proprietor of Ridge Racing Frames, showing the top quality build that goes into these cars, testing the machinery before passing it on to customers. There he comes, Matt Ridley, steering himself around this track without any troubles at all. Another higher booster engine machine there, and as if you remember, I mentioned the only problems that Matt has is that you've got to be very careful with the clutch in these cars. And to back that story up, I've seen Stephen Schultz in the single-seater tiny bit out there tell us about his gearbox lost the clutch and locked the car up. That's why he couldn't complete his last lap, but very happy. The sport is brutal on car and body. This is his first race. Great to see. He's going to come back stronger and faster. So obviously he's now caught the bug. Welcome to the sport, Stephen Schultz. It's going to make the team out there at Jamaica off-road even happier that someone really likes the sport there, and that's going to just get around the local town. So hopefully we encourage some more competitors from down the Eyre Peninsula. Sure, Tim Lally will have plenty of stories to tell about their rollover later on. Look forward to seeing a little bit on social media. One of the exciting parts of this sport is the stories that get told afterwards. And these days, the amount of GoPros and sports cameras that get put into these cars, you've got the video proof, the evidence to back up your story. So a lot of entertainment, a lot of close moments, just unbelievable amount of close calls that happen in this sport, but that's what it's about. Pushing yourself to the limit and machinery to the edge of its limits, all in the name of FUN, fun. Now coming back at us and now at not the speed we'd expect from the 621. Jody Baron and Cindy Carthew obviously identifying a problem and just backing off a little to make sure that they complete this lap, therefore complete the entire MiniPave 250. Here they go. 100 metres to go. Congratulations to the 621 for making it home there. Thanks to Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park, ARB, SBH Engineering, Light Force, Ronco Motors, OffRoad Racing, Off-Roading Online, and 5 PM. And the Loveday crew, they're so efficient out there, they probably have the car fixed before it gets put on the trailer to go home to Loveday there, just south of Barbara. The last heat of the day at 10:35. Gavin Chant with Ian Budgie Langsford. Away for their last heat. And a last opportunity for our twerking starter to entertain the newly bonneted 8-8 there of Jamie and Naomi Parker. Waiting for their start in extreme four-wheel drive thanks to MiniPave bitumen, MiniPave concrete, Port Perry. I told you he likes to do his diffs in. You're supposed to do that in after the last corner, Jamie. Great entertainment there. Now, next is Timothy Button. He's a little bit hesitant to get close to our twerking starter. Not quite used to this up there in Alice Springs, I suppose. We're not quite used to it here either. But great fun all the same. We wonder whether he's hit the super fast switch on his dash or not. Acknowledging some race fans on the sideline and Timothy Button. Off for another 3 laps of the MiniPave 250 20-kilometre plus course. We've got Adams Aerial Services here swinging on one of the cameras. Give us a little bit more of an insight. Next on the start line, the 1069. This is Buff Zimbinski with his niece Mia. They're ready for a race start in the 2-litre powered striker buggy. Oh, he's at the 256. That there is Mark Taylor, the Sun Rider, alongside in the Cobra buggy. Is he the Mondays expert? You'll have to ask him. Pretty sure he is. But that's all part of what the sport is here, is to have a bit of a stir up. Sometimes it can go a little bit too far, but I believe most people have got a sense of humour because this is all fun out here at Off-Road Racing. There are some serious investments in some equipment here. As we watch the 244, thanks to Jack Mining and Alice Tourist Park. Bernard Gwynn sitting alongside there with Jed Bramley bouncing to and from around the corners. There's a twerking starter with the Daisy Dukes on. Apparently, I've been told that's the natural hair colour. Ready to start Tyson and Kaylee Battersby. The Toyota 4AGE Oakley buggy, built in 1983. Proudly supported by Melrose Motors. Now, the most famous black Commodore in the district at the moment, Dennis DeBrenny, the Performance 2-wheel drive, partnered up by Jamie DeBrenny here this weekend. I'd like to thank Janda Carpenters and Builders, Blue Dust Northern Territory, Brush Tech, Namco, Chrisneck Consulting, Pulp Tech, NT Link, Transportable Buildings. This is a 6-litre LS1 on this Black Attack Commodore. That's all for our starters there. We'll just get Action Adam to look out in the distance. He's still getting used to using this equipment here. Okay. Next to me here, doing a great job there, Adam. You can hear the howling breeze coming through all the holes in the side of the building here. It's just a little bit too much for the drone to be able to handle, chewing through batteries in no time. And rather than lose an expensive drone to an accident, wisely pulling the pin. Thank you very much for some fantastic coverage. People overseas, locally, absolutely love what you've been doing there today, Action. Big thumbs up from him. And Big Bad BD there, de-dusting himself in the distance. So I've got these 2 cameras. We do have number 6 here as well. Well, that one's a static one almost here. It's looking into the distance. We have any need for it. But overall there, I think you enjoy the split there. And of course, don't forget to contact just had the news through that it's cats and dogs coming down in Adelaide at the moment. So no need to wash your car before you leave there. It's, if you're heading back towards Adelaide, it'll get a free wash, is what the word is. So we almost got a comparison here. Who did it better? Big Bad BD on camera 4 or Action Adam sitting in on camera 5? But either way, I hope you don't crow cross-eyed looking at the split screen. But so I was mentioning before, get in contact with Brenda Barkler of Samphire Creations, and you too can have a few stickers sent through. What you see on screen there at the moment, of course, that is Ian Budgie Langsford, the world's greatest navigator. Other navigators just sit at his feet when he talks the wisdom that he possesses. Many an interstate navigator were just blown away by his intimate knowledge of navigational and intimate understanding of gremlins that try and get into the system and how to keep them out of the car to keep your driver happy and be able to concentrate 100% in getting a fast lap time out there. So currently enjoying the luxury of clean air. Definitely wasn't expecting to be here this late today. Thank you for everybody sticking with us at the live coverage. We're just about to click over. Doink, right then. 7 hours live here today. Huge effort from all involved in the officials here. It's a fairly luxurious environment I've got compared to a lot of others being dusted out supremely today. And here he comes, the world's greatest navigator, pointing the way for Gavin Chant. And the Summit Glass, Summit Portable Shower and Toilets. Thank you very much to Susan Battersby sending through some information to me. It's the modern way of how we adapt with the current circumstances. So Gavin Chant away on his second and last lap. Coming into view now. That'll be Timothy Button. And he's very aptly named manufacturer, Buggy. Model number, Buggy. I'm sure he's got some more information in there, but likes to have a bit of a joke. Good on him. Tell you what, I'm looking at what Susan Battersby has sent me, and I'm more confused than I was to start with. I don't understand how it's 14 hours, 10 minutes and 0 seconds. Yeah, I can see why the timing's been a little bit hit and miss there. Definitely need apologies, but very difficult to understand. I'm sure they'll have some good copy for that a little bit later, but that's just some times for that heat. Wow. You know, I used to do timing back in the day, but it was a lot more, a lot simpler than this. But hey, it's all part of the fun of keeping the knowledge out there. The other problem I think with that is it's the wrong direction. I can't quite make heads nor tails of exactly what's going on there. The 256 of Mark and Ryder Taylor through the Cobra buggy. Another one of these vehicles has done so many racing kilometres in his lifetime. And here comes Jed Bramley, Bernard Gwynn, Exact Mining Services, Alice Tourist Park sponsored Southern Cross Mark IV. Would be seeing the fellow Class 2 competitor in front of him. And I'd say he's probably making some time. Mark Taylor definitely likes a challenge. Here comes Tyson and Kaylee Battersby in their Super 1650. Thanks to Melrose Motors. Don't forget the dust is free. Take as much home with you as you like. Here comes the Debreni Commodore. V8 LS powered machine. Well, here they come, the pairing. Gavin Chant and Ian Budgie Langsford. The ever-reliable Southern Cross Mark IV. Getting closer to a finish in the MiniPave 250. Here comes the screaming Honda.
Yeah.
One more lap to go. One more lap to go for the Southern Cross. And everybody else having a pretty good heat here. Then, finally, we'll have the Northern Territory versus South Australian Challenge. It was supposed to be sorted last night. A lot of shy-hacking and side bets going on. Huge amount of fun going on there as poor old Action Adams watching his transportable air tent be affected a little bit by the wind. It's just had a complete collapse. It can't tumble off, can it, mate? No, she's just having a bit of a wave, is it? Yeah, that's all right then. That's the beauty of these inflatable easy ups, deliberately designed to be used with the drone in regards to doesn't interfere with the signal at all. You can still sit under it all day long when the wind's not blowing extremely like it is now and utilise that to advantage. But the poor thing's having a bit of a rough time over there at the moment. It's pegged to the ground, but it just shows you how extreme the wind has become. It's a very wise decision from Adams Aerial Services to pack it up while he could. Don't forget that once we finish transmission here, it'll be up on YouTube for your fast forward and rewind activity. Lots of people like to have a look and see what they've been doing. And here comes Daniel Wolf Zimbinski. Mia Zimbinski alongside. Great to see them out on their last lap, enjoying a relatively dust-free run in the Striker buggy. Here we go. This will be the Super 1650 of Mark and Ryder Taylor. Boom of the buggy off for its last lap. The MiniPave 250 for 2024. And here comes Jed Branley. Thanks to Exact Mining Consultancy and Alice Tourist Park. Southern Cross Mark 4. Very similar to Summit Glass Buggy out in front there at the moment. As I said before, over 500 frames Bob Strawbridge has built under the Southern Cross banner. Sold the name to a couple of guys down the southeast. So still many, many vehicles still hiding in sheds, backyards. The occasional chook chaser. And here comes Tyson Battersby, Kaylee Battersby, in their Oakley machine. 1 lap to go. Thanks to Melrose Motors for all their support. Not real far away from here, 40 minutes apparently. Bat Racing. BA2Ts, if you want to look them up on Facebook. Follow their racing adventures. Oh, looks like Big Bad BD's fallen over. Oh, no, he's... Oh, I know what it is. It's battery issues. So Adams Aerial Service is the only camera we've got going besides another one next to me at the moment. I'm sure it's just a battery change for Big Bad BD. Yep, point. There he is, back super fast. Dust in the distance there. Both our cameramen chasing competitor in the distance, trying their hardest to keep you at home informed and entertained. It's the beauty of social media. You can be watching this on your TV, have your phones out. Split screening in some cases, I'm sure, on the big TV. Getting onto the social media, checking out Facebook, Instagram for all of the uploads from various teams that are around here. Look forward to having a review through myself a bit later. Some really good insights into what's happening here at Port Germein. Looks like a fairly forgiving track. Overall it is, but it is an off-road track. I think you see Big Bad BD showing where Adams Aerial Services used to be, and yep, that's the easy up. It's an easy down at the moment. Great time to be out there. There's so much clean air to play with. Amazing how your lap times can match earlier laps. Even though the track has deteriorated. Because there are advantages to mechanically to clean air as well. Your air filter gets a bit of relief. Doesn't get compounded and blocked even further. Major benefit. I remember having a run off there with Eric Schmid there at the old Mount Templeton and was right in his dust for the whole 3 laps. And we come back, we could not believe the amount of sand that had been caught in the pre-cleaner of the Donaldson. It was just unbelievable. Any other system would have completely and utterly been blocked. And there's all your horsepower disappear and you're pushing your foot down saying more, and there's more bad micron material small micron material getting into your engine. That's why there's a lot of very specific off-road piston rings that are available to cope with that type of dust. They'll wear your bore out quicker, but you'll get to the finish and you'll maintain the horsepower. So total seal rings are the name of those. A lot of tricks that go into building an off-road motor. Very much look like we're going to have the 1035 home soon. Budgie Langsford lives a bit on beyond those trees, really, you're looking at the moment. So it won't take him long to recover. And they have got that Honda wound right out. Southern Cross Mark IV. Thanks to Summit Glass and Summit Portable Showers and Toilets. Congratulations to Gavin Chant and Ian Budgie Langsford. And finishing the 2024 MiniPave 250. So as Gavin Chant takes his navigator back to the temporary accommodation. Of course, if you want to know what he looks like without the helmet, that's the stickers on screen. The man, the myth, the legend. And off to our left, unfortunately, is the 547 of Dennis DeBrenny and Jamie DeBrenny coming home on a tow rope. That's unfortunate. They were so close to a finish here. Coming up next is the 1069. The 1992 built 2-litre striker buggy. And here we go, only less than a kilometre to go for Buff Zimbinski and Mia Zimbinski. Uncle and niece coming through for a finish of the 2024 MiniPave 250. Congratulations. And here comes the finish coming up for the 256 Cobra buggy of Mark and Ryder Taylor. Hotly pursued by the 244 Southern Cross Mark IV, being driven today by Jed Bramley, navigated by Bernie Gwynn. Thanks, Exact Mining Services and Alice Springs Tourist Park. Congratulations. Getting a finish. There's got to be a buggy out there somewhere. Big Bad BD searching. He's found. And next racer coming into view, this is Tyson Battersby, Kaylee Battersby. Cruising along there, absolutely flying. The Oakley buggy, thanks to Melrose Motors, finishes the MiniPave 250. Congratulations. Pushing the clutch in, giving a couple of celebratory revolutions in the motor. Apologies if you're hearing the howling wind in the background. We've got nothing we can do about it. But it just shows you the increase in speed. Adams Aerial Services inflatable 3 metre by 3 metre, looking a bit flat over there at the moment. That's all right. Comes with a puncture repair kit, doesn't it?
Spare parts available.
That's pretty good. Results online. Apologies to everybody about that. The system just hasn't operated as what the timers want. They're basically doing it all by hand, and they understand what they're writing, but a little bit difficult for me to understand exactly what means what. But we're only seeing the results for today and this afternoon's heats, which don't really mean much to an overall result. I'm sure there'll be something published on the MiniPave 250 site, but with the runoff about to go off, I believe, for the South Australia versus Northern Territory, which we've just got to find out who's left, to be truthful. And we'll find out what's going to go on with that schedule. And then I'm sure after that, there'll be a presentation, and we'll do our best to bring that to you live. So that's probably the quickest way you're going to get results, by not being here, because even here, we're not hearing anything. So a little bit difficult, a little bit hard to hear in the wind for a lot of people. We've got recovery coming back, so not sure it's been called or not. Looks very much like the timing equipment starting to come down here. So I'd say that's the end of the MiniPave 250 for 2024 in regards to the main race. Whether we've got enough cars left for a South Australia versus Northern Territory challenge, we'll find out. So we'll keep you informed as to what's going on, and we know. As soon as we know. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please in the pits there. We have the NT versus SA Challenge. We're looking for anyone to represent South Australia. We've got plenty of Northern Territorians that are ready to go. So if you want to represent South Australia, go up and say g'day to Vicky Rice or Darren Boots, and we'll put you in to represent in the challenge. You can win $500 cash in the IGA sponsored challenge. Port Broughton, IGA. Been a lot of people wanting to compete there, but a lot of people already that we're running a little bit later than what we expected. So if you want to represent South Australia, go up and see the crew right now. They'd love to talk to you. We're going to put it out live, so it'll be bonus for your sponsors. So as soon as we get this done, we're on the presentation for the main race. Cheers. Well, for the hang on, I'll just read these in. There we go. Oh no, I'm still on. That's good. Okay, I've got some results here for the last heat. Just to let you know, thanks to Susan Battersby there, if I can get my so the fastest in the last heat, no surprise, Kyle Tucker in the 14. Second fastest, this is out of all the cars for the last 3 laps that we've seen, so it's not the outrights. 136, Matt Curtis was the next fastest. Pro Light of 164 of Darryl Nissen was up next. The 80 Pro Buggy of Toby Ryman. The 83 of Robbie Gattaletta. And the 10.009 of Paddy Garrity splitting the twins. The 96 Pro Buggy of Joel was next. The 137 Pro Light Richard Andrews. The 1010 Sports Light of Paul Tinger. The 95 Pro Buggy of Brett Rogers. The 69 Pro Buggy of Ben McNamara. The 105.2 of Sam Van Stone. The 699 Michael Parham next. The 1008 Sports Light of Shane Greening. The 1035 Sports Light of Gavin Chant just finishes next place. The 1088 Sports Light of Matt Ridley. And getting stuff sent to me here. I lost my place, of course I did. Can't see because of that. There we go. Jed Bramley was next in the 244 Super 1650, the 1069 Sportlight. Daniel Bush Zimbinski, the next finisher, 256 Super 1650. Mark Taylor, hotly pursued by the 266 of Tyson Battersby. And then after that, we had the side-by-side turbo of Jody Veron, who had some last lap problems that cost her 3 minutes. And unfortunately, Toby Waitley only was able to do 1 lap. The DNF, Timothy Button, they've got listed down here as only doing 1 lap as well. The Sports Light of, or the Performance 2-wheel drive, 547, Dennis Brenny, we saw him back on the tow rope and then failed to start with Simon Baker in the 921 and the 663 of Tim Lally for obvious reasons. So that's the last results of the last 3-lap heat there. Congratulations to everyone there, but that's not the overall results. I don't have the copy of the overall results, but I'm sure we'll be able to transmit that live when it happens. So thanks very much to Susan Battersby for sending that information through. So here we go. The representatives for the Dash for Cash. We've got representing the Northern Territory, the Bramley Class 2, 244 versus the South Australian 256 of Mark Taylor. And then in the runoff for the other prize, with no surprise here, we've got the Sports Light of Greening, the 1008 from the Territory versus the South Australian Paddy Garrity in the 1009. So there you go. That's our challenge coming up now, folks. We'll endeavour to transmit that live for you. So good on you fellas for getting the cars out there and rushing out home to entertain with this challenge. Of course, Paddy Garrity's putting up some of the money for this, so I'm sure he'll be pretty keen to keep the cash in his pocket. But fantastic to see these two races. Of course, the 244 at Jed Bramley with that car lives in Alice Springs at the moment. Bernie Gwynn navigating, and of course, Mark Taylor from Adelaide in the 256 with his son Ryder coming out of Bowhanna. And the Greening machine out of the Territory as well versus these two, Greening and Garrity, got the biggest sponsor list out of all of the racing here this weekend. So no surprise those two are coming out. So that'll be happening shortly. We'll keep an eye on things for you. It's actually right here, right now. It's what we're having a look on what's going on. So we'll straight away get into this for you. Rightio. Now, do we have someone? We got them on the line here. This is the Greening machine. Please away. Rightio. So the Garrity machine sponsored by Port Broughton IGA. And they're out there. It's the Greening machine. There we go. Turn the page. RK Diesel Services, Alice City Tyre Power, Alice Hose Tech, Bob's Mob, AHT Towing, Chambers Engineering, P&V Panel Works, Outback Welding and Trailers, APJ Concrete and TJ Signs. They're in an Autocraft Magnum with a 2.4 litre motor. So obviously it's slightly different format to what they've done before. I think they're just going to go on times overall here. Absolutely flying along for the Northern Territory here. The Greening machine. Lined up against his old mate. Here he comes, screaming along here, over the jumper, full noise. Going to do 2 laps by the look of it? No, just the 1 lap. Don't ask me what lap time it is. I've got no idea. Next on the start line. We're just patiently waiting here. Here they come. Theoretically, should be Paddy Garrity. It's a runoff between the 2 states. But no. It's the Territorians getting to go out first. I think there could be a bit of an issue about this afterwards. The Northern Territorians getting the better track out here. Might have something to do with them being the reigning champions from the 2023 South Australian versus Northern Territory Challenge. Thanks to Alice Springs Tourist Park. And Exact Mining Contracting. Jed Bramley with Bernard Gwynn out on course to set their fast time for Class 2 today. Super 1650 buggy. Obviously doing a short course here today. Jed's been more comfortable in his car as the days progressed. Here he comes leaning hard on the tyres. Makes his way through. And another berm or 2. Southern Cross Mark 4 wound up to full noise. Oh, a bit of a misgear there. Pretty good indication he's trying his hardest to win this. Nothing like dangling cash in front of an off-roader to make them drive well beyond the limits of the vehicle. Here they come. Jed Bramley, Bernie Quinn, Class 2, cross the line there. Next up, the South Aussies having a go. And it's the Class 2 of Mark and Ryder Taylor. Thanks to Tough As Products, Charleston Garage, And almost needing a new gearbox there, going very wide through those corners. Pushing to the limit here. Jed Bramley was catching him in the last 3 laps. Here comes Mark Taylor, weaving his way through. You can hear flat changing going on out there. I don't think the gearbox is going to be very happy about this. But giving his all there for a fistful of cash. He's out there in the dust somewhere. You can see the white lights. So here he comes. Here he comes. Mark Taylor and the Cobra. He's forgotten to stop. Makes it back into the pits all right. Well driven. Was that fast enough than Jed Bramley? We don't know. But here comes our last racer on track this weekend. It's going to be the man with the most amount of sponsors listed. Our twerking blonde starter is ready to go. Manicures their beard. Here he comes. Hang on. That's the greening car. What's confusion? Oh, I don't know exactly what's going on with it. The 1008. That's the RK Diesel Service, Alice Tyre Power, Alice Hose Tech, Bob's Bob, AST Towing, Chambers Engineering, P&V Panel Works, Outback Welding and Trailers, APJ Concrete, TJ Signs Machine. Not entirely sure exactly what's going on. There's a lot of confusion. Darren Boots pointing and talking about something. We're not privy to exactly what's going on out there. That wasn't Paddy Geraghty the first one, was it? Yeah, very much Confucius. Maybe the timing wasn't working or they had a bit of a problem. They had to send him out again. Not too sure. Either way, getting to have another thrash out here, I'd say. Here comes a greening buggy at warp speed. Into the last couple of corners here. Now we'll just hold out to see what happens next. Besides, you can see the dust coming through. What's going on here? We've got Mark Taylor out here again. Well, they send him out for a practice lap or something. Mark and Ryder Taylor in the 256 Cobra. Taking off from the inside off of the bitumen there. Mark and Ryder absolutely flat out there, doing their best for South Australia. Mark is the president of Sayora. Ryder does all the work. Boom of the buggy being pushed to the limit here today. And here they come. Father and son pairing. Well done. Mark and Ryder Taylor. What time it is, we'll let you know when we know. A little bit confused as to exactly what's going on here after all of that. Let's see if I can bail up the event director for a moment. Those of you on the internet, that's the end of the dash for cash. Paddy Gary couldn't make it. bit of the result of a little bit of confusion. Now we're just trying to find out what they're going to do for the presentation. But we'll just run a bit of video for you until we find that out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching us live here. There's still a lot of drama with the timing there, and we won't be able to bring you the live presentation. I'm sure they'll be publishing stuff, and if we get it, I'll copy it to my Facebook page. So thanks very much for watching the MiniPave 250. Apologies on behalf of the volunteers and all of the committee and management here that things didn't go quite as well as we wanted to, but thank you very much for watching. Keep an eye on my Facebook page for some reels tonight, and we'll do our best to get that out to you a bit later on. Thank you very much for being a fan of off-road racing. Hope we can communicate with you in the near future. Thanks for being part of it. Cheers.